we've got is
I'm just out of curiosity.
well proven. We'll see what it is here.
It's fun.
We are live at the moment on YouTube,
Oh.
and we're waiting for people to join.
Good.
Mic is open, camera's on.
Scoot over, sir. That's great. Just what everybody wants to see. Has anybody called you? Has anybody called anybody saying they're having trouble getting on?
Just one. Brian's fixing that.
If one person said she didn't have an invite, another person just emailed and said, hey, is there a call number? No, it's not a call number. Not really for presenting. So.
No, there's a, yeah, you do it through Teams.
Tito said he's having issues. Huh. Well, why no one is connecting.
So, Randall, the Teams
Is that table gonna work for you
on my computer I joined
for 2 days?
And I see
It seems like you're kind of reaching out.
But do you see
You
us?
might need to work on that
Do you see this screen
morning,
here?
right? Get something a little
It
different.
might be
That's,
not. You're on a different version of it.
It works for the moment.
yeah, but
Okay.
we don't want to wear you out the first 2 hours and then,
I'm already
let me try something.
right? I know, aren't we all?
I'm gonna close
I
that.
haven't had a day off this year, so I'm.
Oh, good ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I clicked on my computer, it's sitting there.
I mean, it'll do.
I'll try it again.
I'm gonna try.
Because we
I'm gonna
could
try a
get one of
different,
these and put it there, and that way you know, you'd
Have
be able to
more
put your
space.
knees underneath your Surface, underneath your computer.
The good thing is I can move this if I need to look at the PowerPoint,
Okay.
so.
Yeah.
That part.
Well, just let us know if you feel like the 2-day duration is not, that's not gonna work. There's other options.
Okay.
Okay, we got some people in the
How about a
lobby.
stand-up desk?
That's what I
What's
got.
that?
A
Okay.
stand-up desk,
Yeah, right? Yeah, we have some of those too.
do you?
Yeah.
Can you use them?
Some do, yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Perfect.
It should be the same link. It's just-
There we go. Now they're all.
So are we getting people logged
Yeah, we
in?
are.
The board members too?
Let me see, I'm gonna try to send you something real quick.
me, so the agencies are still the
It might be neat up there.
say we get done with prior agenda items on the board meeting,
We have to wait till then.
so we can stretch that out so we can see.
Well, or we, you know, we get a break, Nicole gets a break, and,
Well, I have a couple of agenda items, so we'll allow for a break and also, not just skim over it and wonder why we.
Right. Randy, any other board members that are logged on?
Is Richard in his office?
Laura.
Is Richard in his office? I think he's ready to get it.
why don't we
It's
mute
like
those
a whole
guys?
recount.
Oh, Jeffrey's there, okay.
Get man, we had to.
Good morning, sir.
We set this up yesterday. We're
And
good.
there's Clint. All
They
right.
made me on there, but I know one of the issues was why we couldn't get a Maria the other day. The set on this thing, or on the laptop were wrong.
He's muted.
Thank you.
There's Tito.
There's Tito.
Sorry, Tito.
We see you, sir. Good morning. He has people that do all that for him. Oh, our microphone is muted, that's good.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll put your.
No, don't,
That's
that's
good.
fine,
No.
that's okay.
So do we have, the full board?
Let's see. Kevin, I guess. send a-
Kevin Lewis? Good morning, Tito. There's Laura. Good morning, Laura.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Tiberti. I always am amused by seeing your toaster in the background.
All right, I'm gonna call Kevin.
Should I be
I sent
muted?
him a message with a new email address. if you sent
Okay.
it.
Should I be muted?
Oh, yeah.
Good morning, Kevin. This is Susan Stewart. How are you? Good. You ready for a super exciting day? Okay, so Randall, can you log out and try the new link? All right, that's why I was calling, so, because we were missing you. All right. He's in a different meeting, so we better make sure we get that sorted out for our agencies. Hmm? He said he's in a meeting with Mark Weinberger. I don't know who that is.
Well, he's a state person.
Mike Weinberg is a state person. He's
Is he at the HHS? I can't remember.
or is,
Okay, just
yeah,
got the
he's
email.
HHS.
Okay.
Yeah.
We need to maybe send him a new link.
Well, yeah.
That'll be sent to
Okay, thank you, Kevin. All right, call this number if you need anything, okay?
Okay, fantastic, thank you.
There he is. All right. Good morning, Kevin.
everybody.
I'm gonna unmute.
Yeah, I
And
think
you're on.
we're ready to go.
Perfect.
Yes.
Well, good morning. This is the time and the place for the State Public Works Board meeting. It's August 26th, and it's a few minutes after 9. Thank you all for being here today. And we'll start with roll call.
Thank you, Chair Ward Patrick, for the record with the roll call. Thank you, everybody, for being patient and working with us on this virtual 2-day meeting. Sounds like we're well on our way here, and we have 13 presenters for the day, but our roll call today includes Chairperson Adam Hand.
Present?
Vice Chairperson Sean Stewart will be here this afternoon, I understand. Member Clint Bentley.
Present.
Member Tito Tiberti.
Present.
Member Kevin Lewis.
Present.
Member and Director of the Department of Administration, Laura Freed.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Sure, thank you. Second item on our agenda today is public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Susan Stewart for the record. We've given everyone an opportunity to access a telephone conference line to participate in public comment, and we've had no one indicating they wish to do so at this time.
Great, thank you, Sue. And then we'll proceed to agenda item 3, which is the meeting minutes from the July 2nd meeting. And are there any comments on the minutes or revisions that need to be made?
You could ask for a motion.
That's not somebody trying to,
I know.
okay, all right. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes of the July 2nd meeting?
Mr. Chairman, so moved.
Second? Did we get a second?
Ward Patrick for the record. If we would have everybody that, we're all new to this virtual meeting. There is a feed, a YouTube feed as I understand it, for the public to listen. And there's like a 30-second or 2-minute delay. And so anybody that is on Teams, if you'd please not follow along on the feed, because the feed has this 2-minute delay. So I think I was hearing Susan earlier. And so anybody that's on Teams, if you'd please remove yourself from the YouTube, I think it's YouTube feed.
Yes.
That would probably mitigate some of that background noise that we're hearing.
Thank you, Ward. So did we have a second? I didn't hear if we had a second. Looks like Tito's trying to.
I'll second.
That's Kevin Lewis.
Perfect.
Thank you, Kevin. And any discussion?
Second.
Okay, if not, then we'll go ahead and take a vote. All in favor say aye, or how are we going to do
That's
this?
fine.
Is that okay? Okay. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? And then it sounds like we've the motion's been passed, and we'll go on to agenda item 4, which is this is for possible action, and it's overview of the Public Works prioritization process, and I assume that that Ward will be giving us that. Great, thank you.
Ward Patrick for the record. We're on agenda item number 4. And so we have 2 items to discuss under this agenda item, the maintenance project criteria and the construction project criteria. Turning the page to a page entitled CIP projects, in parentheses, maintenance. So this is the prioritization criteria that the Public Works Board developed in public meetings, and the division has been using to prioritize the projects over time here. And what seems like a very linear process is overlaid by facility condition that you'll see at the bottom here. So to quickly go over these few items that create prioritization, and then second I'll go over how condition kind of overlays the prioritization system. So the legal requirements is the number one priority of the CIP maintenance projects. So the intention is to meet ADA, follow court orders and legal requirements, and then address life safety, code violation, and seismic issues. Second item in the prioritization is project continuations. So there are various projects that have been phased or had planning projects in prior approvals through the legislature. And so those projects will be given a higher priority than those that have not been through that process. In addition to that, in priority 3 for deferred maintenance, the concern is for essential government facilities. So these include institutions like the key items like Lakes Crossing that has mental health patients awaiting adjudication. So that is a high priority regarding the HHS area, Health and Human Services. And certainly maximum security prisons are high on the institutional list. And then of course there's other institutions that are largely from Health and Human Services and Department of Corrections that would get the nod for a higher priority under institutional deferred maintenance needs. The definition of governance here largely relates to the Capitol complex and the Capitol and its annex, as well as the Sawyer building would be higher on that priority list. Public safety would include Division of Public Safety, State Fire Marshals type buildings, and the Highway Patrol. So then, in addition to that, under essential government facilities, we have the Nevada National Guard, the Nevada Division of Forestry as it relates to fire response and dispatch, agriculture as it relates to food distribution, as an example, and the Department of Motor Vehicles are all in the essential government facilities area. As a priority for deferred maintenance, the statewide programs are considered essential. We see here statewide programs listed as roofing, Americans with Disabilities Act statewide program, fire and life safety, indoor air quality, and the statewide paving program. Other facilities include agriculture, Division of Forestry related to the tree nursery, as an example, administration, Department of Wildlife, veterans, museums and cultural affairs, parks, higher ed, and historic preservation. So this is a little bit of a list of the types of the facilities or who's operating them, the type of program in them. And then the note at the bottom, we take special consideration for those things that we think need to be done that session related to the condition. So we rate those as a priority 1. Projects that our staff believes can wait a session would be a priority 2. And then what we're going through here today is a little overview of what you're going to see as a board at the September 16th Administrator's recommendation. So today the departments will be presenting their requests with their justification. And then on September 16th, we're going to see the recommendation from staff as it relates to these criteria here. So the second part of this, in the page, to a page listed as, this is a sister document to the government and other facilities, which these are similar, if not identical, to the maintenance projects. Again, institutional, governance, forestry, agriculture, and the DMV under essential government facilities. Other facilities include agriculture, forestry as it relates to examples of the nursery program, Administration, Department of Wildlife, Veterans, Museums and Cultural Affairs. Other items of consideration. If there's a project that is that's mandated by law, that would be given a nod. Life safety, we're listing here FF&E, which is furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So if there's a project that was funded for construction the prior session, but deferred FF&E, that would be a priority. Continuation projects from commitments from the legislature from prior sessions. Consideration of the own versus lease decisions and analysis. Percentage and on-state funding is considered relevant. And level of service to the public. And finally, the facility condition needs index, which relates to under new construction, if the repair costs are over 50% of the replacement cost of a facility, it would be given priority to replace that facility rather than repair it. The board heard an overview of this in the last meeting, and it's an ongoing theme. This is the way we do business, and so I'd conclude my presentation on that. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions for Ward?
Mr. Chairman, if I could for a minute, Susan Stewart for the record, and I apologize, I meant to chime in at the beginning of our meeting. Just a couple housekeeping matters. If you're not talking, if you could keep your line muted. And then if you could keep in mind, we do have a court reporter here transcribing minutes for us. So if before you speak, if you could identify yourself for the record, it would be appreciated. And we will all do our best in our new remote environment to make sure that everything gets heard and that we do our best to have an accurate record of our meeting. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And I just did it again.
That's okay.
For the record. Thank you, Susan. And then the next item on the agenda is review of the 2017 and 18 CIP budget reductions. And I assume that board will be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hand, Ward Patrick, for the record. As a result of COVID-19, there was a need for budget reductions in the general fund area. And we have some attachments here that we will not go through in the level of detail of the prior agenda item. But to give you a little overview, one of the attachments is Senate Bill 1. So this is the approved modifications to the CIP projects from 2017 and 2019. And the goal of this area is that there was 155 million of general funds in the CIP active projects as of February. And about 55 million of that had been spent at that time, leaving about 100 million of general funds that could have been committed but not spent. And so what actions either at the interim finance committee or during the special session allowed that 100 million of general funds to be reverted back to the general fund for other purposes than the CIP. As best we could, we prioritized those projects and moved bond money to replace general funds on projects that were considered a high necessity. This two-day meeting, all departments of the pain. All as to what project exists for the project.
1 month supply that we are giving them. So either we have to discard them or we have to quickly find a organization that we can donate the food to them, like food banks or other food pantries. And the advantage of having a refrigerated facilities on site at the southern headquarters not only would save us money, and we don't have to renew our contract with Ready Ice, which saves us $68,000 a year, and also it saves us time, and our employees would be able to work efficiently and deliver the food efficiently and potentially shorten the time of delivery. This concludes the first presentation for Department of Agriculture. At this time, would you like to ask a question, or would you like to hear the second presentation and then ask a question at the end?
Chairperson hands for the record. Are there any questions? None being heard, then the next presentation would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time and listening to our proposal.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Mike Torvinen. I'm representing a couple entities today. I'm a past president of the Rodeo Association in 2019 for a 100-year anniversary. I should say, if you guys want to run the slideshow, that'd be fine with me. And I'm also representing a new entity that we've created to help move this project forward. This is the revitalization of the Reno Sparks Livestock Event Center, and it's the next step in an ongoing process. Would you like me to share the screen, or can you guys do that?
I'll do that.
We can go right to the second screen. Thank you very much. As I said, this is an ongoing project, and the next steps in the 2019 legislative cycle, the request for funding to complete the advanced planning and schematic design was on Governor Sandoval's recommended project, but was replaced late in the process by a project at the Sawyer Building. During the 2019 legislative session, funding for the advanced planning and schematic design of the project was provided by an appropriation included in SB 501. So this request is the next step, is for design development through construction documents for phase 1 of the new construction phase of the project. The estimated cost for those construction documents is $4.4 million, and 1/3 of that is proposed to be by non-state funding. Specifically, this project would be for a 2,000 square foot central plant designed to serve the current and future phases of the project, a 63,000 square foot exhibit hall that will replace the recently demolished exhibit hall on the property, 74,800 square foot indoor arena, and this will complement the existing arena and make the facility attractive to more diverse and larger events. And finally, it includes the exterior refurbishing of the existing indoor arena, including access and ADA improvements. Next slide, please. So a little history on the property. Approximately 80 acres was acquired in the 1880s by the state of Nevada. And over the years, a part of that acreage has been used for surrounding streets. And so right now we have approximately 40 acres usable for the facility. A trust was established in 1880 when the property was acquired, and that identifies the use as promotion and encouragement of the interests of agriculture, horticulture, mechanics, manufacture, stock raising, and general domestic industry. So as you can see, it's focused on our heritage, our agricultural heritage, and we're planning to continue that focus. So the management of the land was specifically left to the Nevada State Agricultural Society, which eventually became the State Board of Agriculture in 1885. And in 1951, the legislature decided that they would lease the property to Washoe County, for 50 years. In 1971, that lease was extended to a 99-year period expiring in 2050. And the Washoe County Office Complex and Senior Center is currently located on the southern portion of those original 80 acres. In 1986, Washoe County and the Reno-Sparks Convention and Livestock Convention Authority entered into management agreement whereby the authority took over management of the property. Since 1986, the facility has experienced many years of success, but it needs revitalization. In 2018, the State Public Works Division estimated there was over $16 million of deferred maintenance at the RSLEC. Next slide, please. Recognizing the need for improvement and a phased approach, the exhibit hall, built in 1968, and the old National Guard Armory were recently demolished. The demolition of the exhibit hall eliminates about $750,000 of that deferred maintenance listed in the Facility Condition Analysis Report in 2018. To date, the revitalization project has been funded both publicly and privately, including the $1 million investment from the state of Nevada during the 2019 legislative session. That was SB 501. The state's investment has been matched dollar for dollar by the Reno Rodeo Association. And to date, the Reno Rodeo Association has funded $1.25 million in support of the planning and due diligence for the revitalization project. I'll report to you that we're 99% complete with that advanced planning and schematic design project. We have a few things left, primarily the traffic study, which was delayed by the COVID-19 pandemic, but is currently underway. And that work was conducted by Frame Architecture, which is a firm that has worked successfully with the Public Works Division in the past. The final task is a business plan and feasibility study that is currently being conducted by Applied Analysis, Jeremy Aguero from Las Vegas. And to date, we've already reverted $100,000 of the $1 million appropriated by SB 501. We're going to complete the project on time and under budget. Next slide, please. This is a visualization of the entire project. As you can see, a new arena there on the left. And what we're talking about today is the three buildings that start about in the center and move to the top of the image. The first building there is the exhibit hall. The one in the middle would be the new indoor riding arena. The next building is the existing indoor riding arena, which we will refurbish and update. And actually, the RSCBA is currently conducting some deferred maintenance work in there now, ongoing work, and they plan to continue more. The final structure at the top right corner of that image is a proposed parking garage, which would take care of parking problems for the county, parking problems for the facility, and it's proposed to have all of the animal stalls for the facility on the ground floor there, so they're all covered. Next slide, please. What's coming up is the site plan that shows the phase one highlighted there in the upper right. On the left-hand side of the picture, those shaded structures are the county complex. And you can see in there that it's been superimposed over the existing facility. So those shaded items there, you can see the arena and the existing barns, but you can also see the location on the property of what we're talking about here. And in the bottom right, that is the central plant, and then the three buildings I previously described. We're planning shared funding between state, local, federal, and private funding sources. As I mentioned before, Reno Rodeos already invested $1.25 million in this process, and we're ready to contribute to the next step, which we're proposing now. Along with that, we've created what's called the Nevada Western Heritage Alliance, Western Heritage Center Alliance, which is a new 501c3 organization or entity that's going to be managing the capital campaign. The chair of that entity right now is Perry DiLoretto. He's graciously pledged his time to our efforts. I also want to mention that the statute surrounding this property names the Nevada Junior Livestock Show Board as kind of the watchdogs for the property. And it was pre-COVID, because I remember we were all in the same room at their board meeting, but they did pass a resolution supporting the project. Next slide, please. So phase one stands to benefit the public entities most vested, and that's the Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority, Washoe County, and the cities of Reno and Sparks, by giving an attractive facility to sell and promote the area. And that's the concept of heads and beds and the economic impact that can come from the utilization of the facility. The Reno Rodeo generates an estimated economic impact of between $40 million and $50 million annually. And that's just one of the many potential events that can be held regularly. There are still regular events being held at the property, but there's lots on our list, our targeted list of entities or events that I think we can bring to town. So the revitalization of the property will benefit the larger northern Nevada community, and more specifically the immediate surrounding neighborhoods. It is in need of revitalization, so upgrading that facility would greatly improve that entire neighborhood. So the project converts the state-owned property into a state-of-the-art multi-use year-round event center that is primarily designed around agricultural and equestrian events and is easily used for outdoor concerts, small conventions, banquets, and educational events. Phases have been defined to allow for the ordered completion of the project and a minimized impact on current facility users. Next slide, please. So if the next step is not approved, we'll continue to underutilize a valuable asset. The property has historically contributed to the health of the region's economy, and it will only contribute more as the project moves forward. Phase one can move from 30% design to shovel ready in short order, and as we move past the COVID-19 pause in economic activity, this will be a job creator and provide an economic boost to the state of Nevada. We mentioned shovel ready because I think all of us kind of anticipate another stimulus from the federal government. So should that stimulus include money for capital projects, we think we have something we can propose right away and get on the list. So that would be my presentation today. I really appreciate your time and would stand for questions if there are any. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Do we have any, chairperson hand for the record, do we have any questions? If not, then thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And,
One more before.
yeah, and the Department of Wildlife is up next, right? Good.
Thank you, Chairman Head. Jack Rogg, Deputy Director of Nevada Department of Wildlife, for the record. With me today, he's not really with me, he's in Reno. I am on Tonopah, Nevada. With me today is Rod Lighthouse, our Chief Engineering. I'll share my screen, I think. Did it pull up the PowerPoint? Do you see my PowerPoint, Mr. Chairman?
Oop, hang on, let me get my volume fixed.
Okay. And yes, we see the PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the Nevada Department of Wildlife has 262 full-time employees, but with those 260 full-time employees, we have tremendous infrastructure to accommodate our mission. We have 133 buildings, 13 radio towers, 11 wildlife management areas to encompass 120,000 acres, 8 major facilities, 7 unique divisions, 4 fish hatcheries based out of 3 regions. Priorities that the Department of Wildlife has put together, the roof replacement in Las Vegas, construction of well water for the fish hatcheries, Cave Lake Dam rehabilitation, Gallagher Fish Hatchery building water intrusion repairs, Elko Office HVA system renovation, Mason Valley Wildlife Management Office and heavy equipment storage. We will not be going over these projects. We've submitted them, but they rank low enough that we will not be reviewing them today. Our number one project as an agency, the Department of Wildlife is proud to say that we have a new building in Las Vegas, new to us. It was an existing building, former Homeland Security office, that we were able to acquire and about a year ago we moved in. When we purchased this building, we realized that it was going to need quite a few tenant improvements. We put that into the purchase price, and we included HVAC system upgrade into the purchase price. But the roof was going to need some care in the not too distant future, and this is part of the State Public Works Board statewide projects, but this is truly our number one project to protect that asset that we have in Las Vegas. You can see the roof is aging. When they put the HVAC on, the contractor did a fabulous job, but you just can't walk around and do that much work on an aged roof without causing even more deterioration in the roof structure at that point. Our next project is construction of well water systems for domestic water for Gallagher Fish Hatchery and Spring Creek Rearing Station. Both of these are extremely remote locations that have multiple families living on site and small children living at both sites. Gallagher Hatchery domestic water system, it's old, it's a spring box system, which isn't ideal. Springs are seen as surface water under the regulations and rules, and there has to be treatment, and the treatment facility has been in a state of disrepair for years, leading to not the best situation for the families on site. There's no backflow prevention. It's not secure. Little critters can get in. We've actually had fish living in the spring boxes. It's not sanitary safe. It's very unreliable. And the fire system in its current state is not operational. And this is adjacent to a major wildland area coming off the Ruby Mountains, and we've had fires around them multiple times. So an operating fire suppression system to protect our facilities and the residents on site is crucial. Spring Creek Rearing Station, that water well depth was 32 feet. That's not even close to standards. It was built in 1955, but because of continued deterioration of the water system in the well, we currently have the pump set at 14 feet. That is less than ideal. Again, it's not sanitary, it's not secure. It's greatly exceeded its useful life. And again, we have young children living on site. These prior two projects I just spoke of, these domestic well systems, they were proposed, funded in the past, but these monies were swept. So we're hoping to get these projects back going forward again. New one that we're putting in, this is our dam structure located in White Pine County at Cave Lake. It is actually, the Department of Wildlife owns the dam. State Parks owns all the facility around the dam and the campground and everything. It's a tremendous fish location, plus the use from people all over the state that come to recreate at this site 12 months a year is tremendous.
Ward Patrick, for the record, let me help everybody. A mild interruption to let the board and those following in the book that we're on page 72 and 73. Thanks,
Okay.
Let me help with that.
Okay, Jack Robb again for the record. Cave Lake is a family destination, fishing, boating, swimming, camping, sightseeing, hiking, festivals, major fundraisers for the area. There's an annual fish derby that is held there, and you can see on the slide on the bottom, the amount of attendance that occur there. And then the Fire and Ice Festival is a major economic driver for that time of year for White Pine County and the city of Ely. It's a major impact for the area, and because of its major impact on the area, the Ely Rotary Club and White Pine County Tourism and Recreation Board really back us, and we try to work closely with both of those groups. It is, like I said, a major economic driver. It's what funds scholarships for local kids with the Rotary Club, with their fishing derby, and you can see that if you read the letter to the right, I know I won't go over it in its entirety, but it accounts for just the surrounding recreational areas account for 350,000 overnight stays per year, and the surrounding area raises approximately $40 million of economic driver into White Pine County. Some of that does include the national park and others, but it is, when people are there, they pretty much see everything in Cave Lake as a major attraction. The problems we have at Cave Lake, it's a high hazard dam deemed by the state water engineer. It has a compromised low-level outlet. The low-level outlet, the middle picture, we ran a camera up it. You can see the water seeping in. There was water infiltrating into the dam itself, and then it found a crack in the low-level outlet partway up, and it continues to erode that away and move material out of the dam structure south through that leak and transport it out into the stream system. You can see the vents, or they look like vents out of the dam, and they're leading downhill. That is showing a slope creep in the dam. They were put in vertical. That dam does have tremendous slope creep, and it's developing quite a belly at the bottom, and it's not a safe condition. We are currently holding that reservoir 20 feet below the crest of the dam. It was historically 8 to 10 feet below the crest of the dam. We installed an emergency siphon out there to bring the water level down to ensure the safety downstream of high hazard dam. That has slowed the water coming out, but it is a short-term fix, and we need to continue with the long-term plan going forward. This is one of the projects that we can bring federal matching funds to through voting access dollars. We have dedicated funds out of Dingle Johnson dedicated to voting access. So we do have additional funds that we can throw at this through other means, considerable amounts. The next one, the Gallagher Fish Hatchery building in Ruby Valley, out by the Ruby Marshes on the backside of the Ruby Mountains, in the same location as the houses that we need help with and the water supply system. It's extreme temperature swings out there, and due to the freeze-thaw conditions, we have ongoing deterioration of our hatchery building, and we need to get on this to be able to save this facility. We continue to monitor this, and if conditions get bad enough, we're going to have to abandon this building, and that would have a crucial impact on our core mission to be able to support the wildlife and the sportsmen in the state of Nevada. So like I said, we are monitoring this situation, but our monitoring can only go so long. We need to start acting and get something done. Our next project is an upgrade to our HVAC system in the Elko office. A couple of years ago, in the January timeframe, we lost the heating system in the Elko office at 0 and sub-zero temperatures that caused additional concerns and damage throughout the building. And this structure was built in 2002, and its HVAC system has lived its useful life. We need to get that upgraded. We keep throwing Band-Aids on it. Those Band-Aids become costly, and if we keep throwing the Band-Aids will add up more to than the total replacement would, but we do need to get on this project. It'll also help us get in line with Senate Bill 254 with the clean energy and greenhouse gas emissions requirement out of SB 254.
Ward Patrick, for the record, excuse me, Jack, thank you. So on our, on the Public Works provided information, we're lacking a little clarity on the additional funding for that. And so you could either enlighten us a little more here on the, looks like there's listed 200 grand here, but if you could enlighten us on the accuracy and the source, or we could do that offline.
Okay, thank you for the question. Jack Roth for the record. Some of these projects, like the 2 fish hatchery housing repairs and the fish hatchery structure, that's Dingle Johnson money. And we do not have excess Dingle Johnson money. That's a federal excise tax placed on fishing equipment. And we have dedicated funds for those buckets, and we do not have additional funds to bring to some of those projects. But with the Pittman-Robinson Act, that is the federal excise tax on firearms and ammunition, those funds are healthy, and we have additional funds available through that, and we have additional sportsman funds available to bring funds to the project, like Ward Patrick said, $200,000 of NDOW money to that project to ensure that that project gets completed. I'm sorry, that's not my phone, that's another phone, hopefully they pick up. Yeah, I'm sitting in somebody else's office and told them I apologize. So we do have funds for some of these projects, but not all the department funds can be spent in the same way. But Pittman-Robinson is strong right now, and we do have money we can bring to the Elko office. And we do have money because some of the Dingle Johnson money has dedicated costs that has to be spent on, and then we're after some, with the state engineer's office, we're also after some federal money for high hazard dams. So we're seeking other sources to do Cave Lake and the Elko repair.
Excuse me, Jack. We also have money to bring to the table for that roofing project in Vegas, $200,000 for that also.
Correct.
Can you identify yourself, please?
Ward Patrick, for the record, that was Rod Lighthouse.
Thank you.
Speaking on the behalf of the roofing project funding.
Yeah, the roofing project is a statewide project, but we do have money to bring towards that one also. Another project we have is Mesa Valley Wildlife Management Area Office and Heavy Equipment Storage. The Department of Wildlife, when I went over overview of the Department of Wildlife, we do have quite a few acres of state dedicated to wildlife management areas. A good number of those wildlife management areas the state acquired through willing sellers, and some of them were gifted to the state. And when those facilities came over, the old residents and old barn facilities and everything would come with it. They were, most of the time when they came to us, they were in a state of disrepair. And as you can see in the picture here, this is Mason Valley. These are structures that predate Nevada Department of Wildlife. We throw Band-Aids on it left and right, but there comes a point that it's a losing proposition. You're putting good money after something that is not a long-term solution. So we're looking to upgrade. We do have the fish hatchery on the same or adjacent property that we can use the garage facilities, and then put another office facility over on that location to accommodate the personnel that currently come to the office there. So in review of what we have, Las Vegas office, that roof is critical to keeping an asset that we've spent considerable amount of money on in good operating order. The water systems, They're vital to keeping our families that live on site safe. We don't have any option but to have families live on site. They are so remote, they have to live there. Cave Lake Dam rehabilitation, Gallagher Fish Hatchery water intrusion on that building, the hatchery building, the Elko HVAC system, and Mason Valley equipment storage and new office. I know I was much shorter than your prior presentations. I might have left some critical items out that I need to answer. A lot of those are included in your packet, but Rod Lighthouse and I are here to answer any questions you may have at this time.
We have, Rod Lighthouse for the record, we also have funding available for the Mason Valley Wildlife Management Area facility. I believe we've committed about $2.5 million to that.
Ward Patrick, for the record, thank you. We see that here, and we appreciate your brevity, but we'd like to hear, I would like to hear a little more about the next two projects and the justification on your HVAC at the warehouse in Elko and the Ely office upgrades. If you'd just give us a sentence or two on each one of those, I'd appreciate it.
Trying to back up to our full list here.
Yep.
Excuse me while I do that. I'm gonna defer to Mr. Lighthouse on these and see if he can fill us in on some details that can further explain these items.
Rod Lighthouse for the record. On project number 7, the Elko office shop warehouse HVAC system installation. When that project was, that shop was constructed, it was partially insulated. It looked like maybe we ran out of money. I'm not sure, but what it boils down to is that we store seed and fertilizer in there that is sensitive to the elements. So it has to stay at a certain temperature in order for it to be useful for the long haul. So the thought was that we need to finish off the insulating the building and get an HVAC system in there so that we can ensure that we can use our product that we purchased. So that's the Elko or the Ely office upgrades. In addition, we've outgrown our Ely office, and we've added partitions and rooms to try to create more offices, but that's taken up our conference room, and then our conference room has become our lab where we have to check animals in and maybe even harvest organs off the animals. So we've asked to, we're asking for some funds to design and construct a 1,200 square foot office space and lab addition and other office or building upgrades and parking. I'm sorry, I wasn't really planning on covering those today, so I'm a little I'm rusty.
Ward Patrick, thank you for doing that. I just wanted to make sure that the board knew that these other needs weren't imaginary, because we appreciate you limiting those other ones, and thank you for highlighting those, not with a complete idea of preparing. And so we appreciate all you're doing to enlighten us. Thank you.
Chairperson, for the record, are there any other questions for the Department of Wildlife? If not, then thank you for helping us get back on schedule and delivering that promptly. Thank you. And the Department of Public Safety will be joining us next, correct? Thank you.
Chairman, it looks like Sherry Brueggemann is on the line there with, those look like there might be turtles in the background. And so I would comment that our director, at one of our internal meetings, we had a background contest with some of our administrators with Director Freed, and I carried that over a little bit with Department of Public Safety in some of our meetings, so I think Sherry's doing well in that contest.
She's embraced it.
She definitely wins.
Thank you, thank you. I can attribute our turtles to Charlene Bogle, my contracts and property manager for the Department of Public Safety, who is to my left. And I also have with me Curtis Palmer, our Chief Financial Officer. And on the line, traveling between meetings and very available, is Director Togliatti. I have him by phone should any questions come up that we need some information from him. We also have, for the second half of our presentation, Ruby Bledsoe, our training manager extraordinaire for the Division of Training on the line, as well as Captain Koch, Natasha, the previous training administrator, on the line, just to help us answer some of those questions that might come up. So without any further ado, and to not take any more of your time than we absolutely have to, I'll get started unless you have any questions. So should I share screen? Yes. Okay, is that a go for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. All right. Good morning. I am Sherry Brueggemann, the Deputy Director of the Department of Public Safety. And as I mentioned, I have a lot of folks who help me through this process available to answer questions as we get rolling along. Our first request, we're going to talk about our headquarters building. Public Safety has been requesting a headquarters building since 2007. This is our 8th presentation, not that you're getting tired of seeing us or anything. In the last biennium, this body approved the design and preliminary work of our headquarters building here in Carson City. Unfortunately, the legislature did not. As you can see on the slide, there are significant benefits to be gained. But most importantly, and I cannot stress enough, is our officers must be able to work in cohesive units. 15 years ago, Director Togliatti successfully implemented the DPS model to allow the officers to cross-train and transfer easily within the divisions. And the plan at that time was to go forward to make these cohesive units. But 15 years later, the director finds that the pay and benefits have not improved, and society at large does not recognize what once was a very respected career and calling. Without competitive pay packages and a negative public perception, through no fault of our own, has led to a serious shortage of officers and our inability to retain them. As we know from all of our former presentations in the past, our divisions in headquarters are scattered across Carson City. So the map before you shows you that we're all over the place. DPS must react to the new conditions and put in place solutions to the shortage of officers, and the divisions have to be together in order to be a force multiplier. We need to deal with the shortage of officers, and that means working together. And that means attacking the silos that are still in place with the different divisions. And the only way we see forward without pay and benefits, and without the number of officers that we need, and without the perfect society, is to work together in one location from the top. So that means uniting all of our divisions and all of the employees in a single campus so that we can deal with the emergent issues as they come up by moving our officers in and out of their different divisions into what's important to handle today and maybe tomorrow and maybe next week or certainly this year. But without that ability to be agile, moving our troops around and officers around, we will not be able to respond to the needs of the state as well as we have in the past. And we need to move past that. In these virtual meetings, it is now much harder to communicate and coordinate process and information to the appropriate staff. And that's just amongst the TPS leaders. You can imagine throughout the state how much harder that is, especially in emergency situations. The old Armory site has been held for DPS for the last 13 years. At 2525 South Carson Street, it is ideal with great access to the freeways, separation from the Capitol complex, which is a safety reason, giving the department exactly what it needs to provide a quick response to every emergency that we can possibly anticipate, even those that we can. EPS is still looking forward to a campus-style arrangement. Again, adding as its anchor Nevada's first state lab. Nevada is one of 2 states, Hawaii is the other, that does not have a state lab. Over the last few months, we have been working with our federal partners, the National Highway and Traffic Safety Administration, to develop working plans to introduce as a decision unit in the 22-23 budget. Forensic lab will ultimately include testing for public safety as the current county labs are overburdened. As they will continue with testing as much as they can, but we will be adding DNA testing, testing for other known driving impairment agents, and finally cannabis testing is required by the Nevada Cannabis Compliance Board. It would be our plan to, if approved by the legislation, to immediately hire a project manager, find and locate a temporary site to start hiring and training and planning for the building, as well as coordinate training with existing labs to establish protocols statewide, and if possible, to add manpower to the existing labs until our final lab can be opened. The director and I will be meeting with the directors Swallow today and directors Butler to discuss the availability of highway funds, although they are aware of this request. The headquarters would continue to be a 50-50 split between general fund and highway funds, and the labs would be a 50-50 split between highway fund and cannabis funds, ultimately to be self-sustained by the testing and the charging out to the communities for the testing. That concludes the headquarters building presentation, and I can answer any questions along those lines before I get into the dormitory presentation.
Ward Patrick, for the record, if I may, sure. So this.
Okay, it's a little too quiet.
Can you hear me, Sherry? Can you hear Ward Patrick on the record?
Okay.
Nope, she can't hear you.
Apparently not.
God help me if I'm not through. Can you hear me?
She just turned on her audio.
We can hear you, Sherry, but you cannot hear us. Maybe you can email Sherry or something, Brian, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Ward?
Yes, we can hear you, but we want to know if you can hear us.
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me. Did you hear my presentation?
It was a
Yes.
wonderful presentation, Sherry. Can you hear us now?
Yes. And you did hear the presentation or not?
Yes, it was very clear, well planned, and delivered. Thank you. And I would like to still ask a question, Ward Patrick, for the record, that I just want to point out to the board that you've heard various entities saying, like Cultural Affairs said, oh, our number 19 project is not included, and there's also the roofing project for wildlife will be heard tomorrow under statewides, but new information and the project narrative and estimate for the Reno Rodeo, what was not in here due to the vetting process. And then new information for Sherry here is that that Sherry provided recently is the importance of this laboratory project. And so we're continuing to work with all the departments to refine their key projects. And so this is one that will undergo some refinement likely. And the state can easily, I just want to add something to the record regarding this project. The state normally can easily find office space to lease, but state funds may be well used when working towards a laboratory use. So it's hard to lease a laboratory that meets your needs. And so this project, although it's been seen 8 times in the past, this laboratory need has arisen. And so, it's at some point, whether there'll be some modifications of this project to kind of reinforce the laboratory component, because the laboratory component is absent or downplayed in the write-up that you have before you for the board's information. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ward. Any other questions?
The chairperson. Feedback here. I just was curious, the other funds, is that the funds we see on the screen here?
Ward Patrick, for the record, we have our MA4 that's watching in parallel at a remote site. And so just for Sherry's clarification, our paragraph here says that this project is a 33% highway funded and 67% state funded, and yet we're seeing some contrary information, and so we'll continue to work that out. And so Mickey Reed is listening, and we'll be continuing to coordinate with the Department of Public Safety.
Yes, my apologies for not updating you sooner, but the addition of officers from our parole and probation division last biennium has upticked this to a higher level or concentration of general funds. And certainly once it is built, there'll be federal fund contributions coming in for the rent. Any other questions? Okay, we're going to move on to the dormitories, and as I said, I have my subject matter experts on the phone line who will chime in if I get something wrong or you have another question. So right now we are looking at need for dormitories for our training division in the near future. We don't know the date that we need the dormitories, but as soon as the Stewart facility is no longer available to us, it will become an urgent issue. So we'd like to get it on the drawing board and make plans towards moving in this direction. Our plan would be to leave the Stewart facility and then move up the street to the training facility, which is literally quite up the street from the Stewart facility. And we would build the dormitories there next to our training facility. Our training facility is built on land that was deeded over to the Department of Public Safety as long as we use it for training purposes. We would also have to utilize some of the land that falls under corrections, which is the outer field area, and I understand that that won't be a problem either. But the Stewart facility does not at this time give us any luxuries, such as, I don't know, air conditioning, Wi-Fi, freedom from bugs and pests, and all my nice cozy beds to sleep in. It does the job, and I don't want to even suggest to you that we can't use it. We can use it, we will continue to use it. Even our speakers coming to Carson City use it. Last year we were fortunate enough to be able to complete a kitchen, which we did not have previously, and our cadets were washing their dishes in the janitor's mop sink. So we do appreciate that support from BMG, and getting that up and running really improved the situation a lot. But it is barely maintained in terms of how much more money does the state want to put into the facility to maintain it, when eventually it's going to be turned over to the Indian Affairs Commission, I believe, or the Indian Commission. At any rate, this would be our proposal, is to move in this direction and just put it on the same land that we already own. That way we can take care of our rural candidates who have to have a place to stay. And if I don't have a dormitory for them, I either have to pay them travel, per diem, etc., or not offer it to them at all with no reimbursement for housing, and then we lose all our rural officers as well, which, as I pointed out earlier, it's already difficult as it is, just to recruit what we are trying to get through today. So unless you have any other questions, that completes my request for our dormitories.
Superintendent, for the record, do we have any questions? If not, then again, thank you very much for your presentation.
I hope it wasn't too short and sweet. That's what I'm known for, so I definitely want to underscore our needs, and those two items are definitely, if you want to call them three, the most important things we have on our agenda moving forward. So thank you all for your time and your energy, and enjoy your day. Thank you.
Are we gonna break for lunch?
Yep, I'm just gonna break for lunch. Excuse me, Susan Stewart, for the record, should the board members just leave their link live for Teams while we take a break for lunch?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you could just leave your link live, board members, and we'll be back at 12:45.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yep, thanks everybody.
See you then. I think we're having.
What's our live streaming policy during lunch?
Oh, it'll just keep going. I'll put up a banner. 1 second.
Okay.
Mute and banner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we can mute too, right?
How are you doing, Tito?
It's like Tito had a caribou hat on there for a minute.
I had a caribou hat already here or something.
Part man, part caribou.
Yeah.
I could call Heather.
So how's it doing for you? Is it working okay? There's not very much foot traffic due to COVID, so that might be
It's
okay
fine.
to leave that
Yeah,
open.
because
And then,
it would get really hot in here.
yeah, and then the table, is that, can we, okay. Anytime we can work on it, so,
Yeah.
for tomorrow morning or, yep.
And we'll get you a list of names.
Sure, and I think if I go back and watch that YouTube channel, they'll all be there, right?
Yeah,
So
the
I-
YouTube channel was a little hit or miss early though,
Oh,
so
is it?
we'll have a list of presenters, so between all of that,
Great.
yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
Thank you. See you later.
do we have our
Thank
lunch?
you.
Has lunch been delivered?
That was semi-painless.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So there's some good projects in there.
I just wanna make
Yeah,
sure,
there's all
Randy,
good
are
projects.
we're turned off, correct?
So it's gonna be a challenge to, like always, I think the maintenance needs are going to be
Yes.
more prevalent in
Hey,
some
Heather.
other entities, like wildlife
Yeah,
has
is
a
our
lot.
lunch
There's
here?
a lot, there are a lot, I've been underlining everyone that's maintenance, there's a lot of maintenance needs.
Right, so we,
Okay, so if you could just bring it into the conference room.
one
that'd be
thing that we
great.
do is we
Thank you. Let me know if you need help.
separate these
Alright.
between programmatic or construction projects and maintenance projects. And so we, with the database, we can look at these, 100 different ways.
Sure.
One of the ways is like, what are the maintenance projects? So I don't have any magic data to give today, but maybe in September, we'll be able to talk about the projects that fits in the maintenance category and fit in the construction category. Programmatic versus deferred maintenance. And so, but we've been playing with that, and we're still Brian's, the database, the database expert. And so we've been, originally there was 914 projects. And, is this a CIP or not? So we take that down to 700 or something. And then during the course of time, we might combine projects. Agencies might withdraw projects. And so to look at the master list, I would say that right now there's 400 So I don't know if you have any special interest in these. There's a couple flood projects that were in that group.
Yeah, you don't.
So one was a museum up north here in Carson City, and Brian is connected to that one.
Okay.
And we've looked at it several times together. And then there's the one down at the Lost City Museum in Overton. They were kind of the two,
Right.
which
Yeah.
we might try to. My perspective on these flood type projects is that, because I've worked with DEM and the
Yeah.
federal FEMA things since the beginning of the time. I've been working with them for 20 years. And FEMA has a hard time justifying it because a flood that is so catastrophic doesn't have the response usually isn't major dollars. And so the benefit of fixing it, the fix costs 10 times more than what you're saving.
Yeah.
So I'm contaminated with which I've shared all this with Brian 20 times. I'm contaminated with a predisposition that it has to be pretty severe flood conditions to warrant doing something about it. So I think even tomorrow there will be some flood ones like on the Capitol complex. So we work to correct some that were funded, but not bond and general funded.
Right, yeah, okay.
And so I just, at some point during the next couple of days, we can just talk about what your perspective is. I've kind of offered mine, but.
What about the one at the museum is they want communications by fiber optic, is it in the same path?
I don't think those are
those
combined. I don't think those are combined projects, but they do.
No, but what I was gonna say, but if you're in one, you're gonna be in the other one probably.
You could, I mean, you could have.
You know what I mean, you could those be
Well,
put
you're
together.
on site.
You could kind of, you could combine probably anything you want.
It's time to start, by the way, in case you
And
were
we're
waiting
here.
for me.
And we're here. We were waiting for you to acknowledge the water contained vessel that I brought first before we.
Okay, there's DPS, and then.
CNR,
Or CNR, yeah, sorry. And then, where do you wanna go over the ground rules for our new folks? Are saying their name and muting their lines if they're not talking?
The second one's an hour and 25 minutes, the first one's 70 minutes. Should we take a break in the first one also, or just the second one?
I would think that we would take a break after CNR.
Yeah, before I talk. Yeah.
Corrections.
Are we on line? Is our mics open?
Are these all
Yes,
state
it is.
employees?
Tito, thank you, Tito.
Hi, Clint, thank you guys.
Tito.
Kevin, are you still with us?
There's
Oh,
Hey, there's
and there's Sean.
Sean.
Yes, I'm here.
It was such a sad morning without you, sir, Mr. Sean Stewart.
I'm sorry,
So-
Nancy.
and
Let me send this
for the
picture to
record,
you.
no
Let me
relation
send this picture to you and I'll call you back.
Susan Stewart. Gotta get that on the record.
No record? Oh.
No,
Thank you.
we're not starting
You
there.
know,
So we've got a pretty
So,
good mic.
appears we have a board in place, so nobody got disconnected.
Is Laura back?
Oh, Laura, I see an LF on down below.
Okay.
Mask will work, you think?
And a
Kevin
KL.
is there.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Laura's,
She's back in the room.
Yeah.
Did Kevin give any indication?
Kevin, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
We're getting ready to start again.
Let's go ahead.
They may have left their line open, but not be back today.
Yeah, what's, do you wanna call Laura?
I don't have a communication.
What's her number? Oh.
It's in his
2807?
communication device.
684-2807?
I think so. I'm not sure. I've got a button on my phone, a hot button.
Well, yes. I don't know anybody's phone number anymore.
No.
She called me one time on her cell phone, and her voice sounded a little different. She goes, "Hello, this is Laura." And I go, "Laura who?" I go, "Let me write down your cell number so when it pops up, I know."
Okay, that's Keith Johnson.
Who's that?
Keith Johnson.
Can you hear us okay, Ward?
There you go.
684.
Sorry,
Hey, Ward.
that sounds right.
Hello.
Oh, there she
There we
is.
go. And then Kevin, do you want to dial Kevin?
Yeah. And then, for
I'm here.
the record, you would want to, make a notice that Sean Stewart has joined the meeting, yeah.
Here we go. He's on
Oh, there he is.
Video?
Okay, Kevin, we were just gonna call you. Nice to see you.
And we can wait for public record to the end, or public comment to the end.
My mic's not
Yes,
working?
Yeah, we'll do that at the end, yeah. The beginning and the end of each.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back. It's about, I guess 12:50, and we'll go ahead and get started. And Sean Stewart, for the record, this is Chairperson Hand, which Susan, maybe by the end of the day, I'll remember that. Member Sean Stewart has joined the group today, and we have first up this afternoon is Conservation and Natural Resources, Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. And before we get started, if we could maybe remind everyone to mute their mics if they're not speaking, and remember to turn them back on when they are speaking. If we see your mouse going, we'll be waving our arms or something to let you know that we can't hear you. So, with that,
another item of housekeeping, Mr. Chairman. So there's a YouTube live feed, which is 2 minutes, or it's some sort of a delay. And so if you have that on and you're a state employee or a board member on Teams, there'll be some inappropriate feedback which has caused issues. So if you're on Teams, don't use the live feed, please.
And identify yourself before you speak, please.
And always identify yourself before you speak, and please spell your first and last name. We would greatly appreciate it. So, Mr. Chairman, back to you.
Chairperson Hand, for the record, thank you, Ward, and good afternoon, and Department of Corrections and National Resources. We look forward to your presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Tim Hunt. I'm the Senior Engineer for Nevada Division of State Parks. To my left is John Christopherson, Deputy Administrator for Division of Forestry. One quick item regarding the department's final ranking on the list. If you go to page 10 of the summaries, item 5 has been moved to item 1. Item 1 is now 2, item 2 is now 3, and item 3 is now 5. We will be presenting in the revised departmental order. And again, that's page 10 through 16 of your summaries. We will be presenting the first 21. Okay.
Sounds great. And for a little levity, Tim Hunt is TIMHUNT, and John Christopherson's email starts out J Christ. Just so everybody knows. Okay. Thanks, Tim.
Okay, so first one on the list is the 9 Mile Stonehouse Rehabilitation Project. This was a historic structure building that's been dated to the early 1870s. The state acquired the property in July of 2017. However, in December of 2016, 2 large 5.8 earthquakes within close proximity caused significant damage to the structure. In 2018, the previous biennium, we conducted the programming for the project to rehabilitate the structure through Public Works number 18A005. That did an evaluation of the structure and had recommendations for rehabilitation. In 2019, the SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Officer, hired an additional historical architect to evaluate the structure, and that report was submitted to the SHPO in April of 2019. This is a rock structure, masonry structure. It is, again, was built somewhere in the 1870s. The earthquake had damaged the second story of it and caused all of the rocks to fall. And we would like to bring that back to original condition.
Let me interrupt just for a second. Tim, Randy, if you'd move to the next slide, I think would be helpful.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Tim.
Sorry. Okay, currently the structure is unsafe, is inaccessible to the public, as you can see from the photos. We have installed chain link fencing and signage around the structure to deter trespass. However, those who don't want to heed the warnings of the potential dangers could be injured or killed. These repairs are not made. The structure being exposed to the elements currently will continue to deteriorate, making restoration even more expensive in the future. This project is for construction. Is identified here for the total project cost is construction documents and construction.
So thank you, Tim, on that. And so I would just point out that in our narrative in the CIP book, it kind of parallels the narrative in your presentation on justification on this project. And we'd like to work with you to clarify the justification. It appears as though it just says it's needed to support the division's mission. And so I think in some of our meetings, you pointed out that something had a little more meat on the bones than that, like this would enable it to be utilized or recognized. If you care to elaborate further on the justification now, I'd appreciate it, or we can work with you to in the Public Works book.
Okay. Some additional justification, since it is not currently open to the public, it could, once it is rehabilitated, we can start providing tours and allow visitors, paying visitors to go through the structure. Also, it was the understanding when we acquired the property that we would, our senior management indicated to the legislature that we would make every effort to rehabilitate the structure so it was available to the public.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide. Okay, this is a Fort Churchill State Historic Park. This is park facility maintenance and ADA upgrades. The electrical, mechanical, all of the systems there have reached the end of their useful life. Some of these structures date back to the 1930s, the most recent being built in the 1990s, which is the current office. The plumbing is failing in need of constant repairs. The flat work around all of the facilities do not meet ADA requirements. Some of the concrete is heaving and cracking, causing it to go out of compliance with the ADA requirements, in addition to the structural nature has been compromised. This is a continuation of the last biennium project, Public Works number 19, M53. That provided the design through construction drawings. So this funding would be for the actual construction for those documentation.
Mr. Chairman, this is Laura Freed. May I ask a question?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the department say a little bit more about how this one in our book was ranked first, and now it drops to second in the re-ranking? So would it say why the 9 Mile ranch house reconstruction is number 1 and this became number 2, since this is a continuation of a previously approved project?
It was determined by for the record, Tim Hunt, State Parks. It was determined by the director's office that the 9 Mile house, due to it being exposed to the elements, moved it up to the top of the list for the department.
Thank you. Ward Patrick, for the record, may I have a follow-up question? Sure, thank you. So this project was part of the SWEEP, as was mentioned, so it's a continuation project from the previously approved projects. And during testimony, I offered that if this, because there were some legislative questions on this project, and they're, I think, predominantly concerned about the ADA issues there. And I stated that if this project necessitated that the ADA statewide program could help alleviate some of those issues, or if state parks had funding for those types of issues. So at the time, it was stated that if this project doesn't get refunded, that there's a way to address the ADA issues. Thanks.
Okay. Any more questions on Fort Churchill? Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is the comfort station replacements at the Valley Fire State Park. This also is a continuation of project 19M50 from last biennium. The funds on this one were also swept for budget reasons. Most of the restrooms that are the subject of these replacements were built in the 60s and 70s. They've gone beyond their serviceable life, and they do not meet the expectations of the users, and they do not meet current ADA requirements. Questions? Next slide.
Okay, good afternoon. For the record, John Christopherson, Deputy Administrator with the Nevada Division of Forestry. And the next project that you see in front of you is a project that would complete the design development through construction of a 7,500 square foot heavy equipment repair shop and renovate the existing 4,600 square foot shop building at our Northern Region headquarters in Elko, Nevada. This project was previously funded under project number 19-P08, but was deferred summer of 20. To date, the schematic design has been completed. The heavy equipment repair shop would include space for offices, restrooms, showers, and other support facilities, including a 1,300 square foot storage mezzanine in the facility. The existing shop was not designed for the size and type of equipment that we currently have a need to repair, maintain, and consequently that equipment will not even fit inside of the shop to effect those repairs. And so this new shop would have higher ceilings, would have stronger slabs for equipment such as bulldozers, motor graders, and other large apparatus that the agency uses in its wildland fire suppression mission. Currently, our inability to get that equipment inside the inside our repair shop necessitates us working in that equipment either outside and oftentimes where our staff are exposed to harsh elements while affecting repairs or maintenance, or necessitates us to actually farm that repair out at much higher cost than what we're able to do repairs for ourselves. The renovation of the 4,600 square foot shop building would include safety upgrades and fire suppression systems and egress lightings, both of which were identified as necessary in the 2004 facility conditions report that was produced. And so those would be rolled into this. But additionally, the building would be converted into a storage facility for equipment that is currently stored outdoors and exposed to harsh elements throughout the year, which deteriorates all sorts of exposed things like hose, valves, gauges, any number of different equipment that does not fare well when exposed to the elements. The equipment is covered with tarps to provide some sort of protection in these elements, but in fact that is insufficient to provide the protection that's necessary. Let's see, anything that I've missed here. The renovation, or actually the construction of the new heavy equipment shop would be situated on Nevada Youth Training Center property, which would require a land transfer through state land certification. So far, land description has been completed by civil engineers as one of the first steps required in order to get that state land certification taken care of. I believe that covers our bases there. Any questions?
Thank you, John. This is Ward, and so I appreciate hearing the fire people describing building stuff to us building people. Our board has 6 individuals that are from the construction industry, but I was hoping that you could tell us a little bit about the fire business. I think it'd be interesting, because this is a problematic building for the fire business. But I'd like to kind of hear. The board's heard that project a few times in the past, and so, but in context, it'd just be interesting. And I'm kind of dragging this question out to give you some time to think up some kind of overview information. Like how many millions of dollars does the state spend fighting fires in the state? How many personnel are actively involved, and when does the season start? Just a little, if you would give us a little scenario about your business, so it just puts some of your projects in context about how they're supporting this bigger vision, bigger mission.
Okay, well, thank you for the question, Ward. Again, for the record, John Christopherson. So wildland fire suppression in the state of Nevada is a collaborative effort that includes federal agencies, primarily the Bureau of Land Management and the U.S. Forest Service, as well as state agencies, primarily the Nevada Division of Forestry, and then local government, county, city agencies that have their own fire protection districts. So it really is a job that's bigger than any one agency can implement by themselves, and so it truly is something that is done through an interagency effort. Our particular program, we've got a collection of wildland fire engines, Type 3, which are the primary, large engines that are capable of driving off-road, dirt roads, as opposed to the larger ladder trucks that you see city to fire departments with. Those are called Type 1s. We have Type 3 engines. We have smaller off-road capable engines called Type 6 engines, which are large 1-ton or larger pickup trucks that have tanks and pumps in their beds. In addition to that, we have bulldozers. We have, as we mentioned, motor graders that are used to install lines in what primarily we're faced with in Nevada are rangeland fires, burning in rangelands rather than the timber fires you see in most of the other western states. We have, in addition to that, we run a number of 20-person inmate firefighting crews out of 9 conservation camps. That is a joint effort with the Department of Corrections, Those camps are located across the state, really well distributed across the state, from the southern tip of the state in Jean up to the northeast corner in Wells, and all the way over here on the west side in Carson City. So they provide us with a strong capability of getting hand crews, boots on the ground that are required to put any fire out. No fires put out with bulldozers or fire engines in wildland. It also requires people on the ground with hand tools to take care of that business as well. Our engines are located at the Elko headquarters. There, that is under discussion today. We've got an engine located in Winnemucca, co-located with our conservation camp there. We've got engines located in water tenders as well, located at our facility in Washoe Valley, which is our Western Region headquarters. And then we also push engines out, and through agreements we have with local fire protection districts, we are actually staffing engines in Douglas County, up in Lemon Valley, and out in Lyon County. And then we also have engines located down in our Southern Region headquarters in Las Vegas. In terms of the dollar amounts spent annually on wildland fire suppression, it's many millions of dollars typically in any given year. The budgeting for that effort requires us over any given fire season to go back and request from the IFC contingency fund additional funding for the effort, depending on how the fire season has gone. So far this year, our fire season has not been as significant as it has been in past years, although we still are up to several 100,000 acres burned to date. I don't know, was there anything else that you wanted me to try to touch on for the board's benefit, Ward?
That's great, I appreciate that. The only thing I would think of is adding, you've got your dispatch center and your airport in Minden that you know, so you have a few pilots and have all that infrastructure as well as flying gear that you operate and maintain. But I think that's a great overview. Thanks, John.
Okay, thank you, Ward. Thank you for making that addition with our aviation program, 3 helicopters, and our dispatch centers located, interagency dispatch centers located across the state, and there's 5 of those. Yeah.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Tim Hunt for the record. This project is the visitor center renovations at the Valley of Fire State Park. This is a continuation of Project 1936, which also was swept last biennium. The existing building there is constructed in 1968. It's seen improvements over 50 plus years it's been there. The last decade, significant increases in visitation has accelerated the wear on the facility. Calendar year 2019 saw 843,000 plus visitors at Valley of Fire. The building itself is structurally sound and the square footage is adequate. Like this project to model 3 interior restrooms, including low flow fixtures, and bringing them up to current ADA standards. This project will also remove the carpeting within the visitor center and install a more durable, low maintenance product that is not susceptible to the high flow foot traffic, and also increase efficiencies by changing the lightings to LED low energy bulbs. Any questions? Okay, next slide. Okay, this project is for the SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Officer, the Comstock Historic Museum and office renovations located in Virginia City. This project involves repairing and replacing failing building materials, components, and systems. Currently, they've been identified that the gaskets and glazings are failing on the windows due to the extreme temperature changes at this location, freeze thaw, etc. The mechanical system is in need of upgrade. It cannot support the current square footage. This is necessary to protect the exhibits and control energy consumption within the structure. This project will also retrofit the lighting to low energy consumption LED lamp fixtures. This is necessary to reduce the accelerated deterioration of the artifacts located within the structure due to breaches in the envelope of the structure. Any questions?
Ward Patrick again. And in some recent training that we were doing, we kind of learned that this virtual environment depersonalizes the information. And so to kind of ask some personal information here, is Bert still up there and working in that facility? Because he used to be the main guy up there, I think. Is that right?
He used to be. I'm not certain if he's still there. If he's still with SHPO, he's still there.
I have some personal attachment to Bert because I would apply for historic preservation grants, and they were always due over at historic preservation on or near his birthday. And so I would always try to deliver my applications when there was cake. And so it always reminds me of this building and the original construction of the building. So that's just a little tidbit of state government processes and information. Good. Thank you. Go ahead, Tim.
Okay. Next slide.
I get my cake and eat it.
Cake is important.
Okay, this project is the Las Vegas Multi-Agency Office, Architectural and Engineering Design. This project has been requested since 2007 in various forms. It used to be co-sponsored by the Department of Wildlife and Conservation and Natural Resources. However, due to the Department of Wildlife acquiring their own facility in the Las Vegas area, this is the lead agency will be DCNR from here out on. Currently, we have a few agencies that are in lease facilities in the Las Vegas area. The main facility that is occupied by Parks, Forestry, and SHPO, and previously Wildlife, is an outdated facility. It is experiencing higher maintenance and repair costs. The neighborhood is not the greatest, and we've recognized vandalism and damage to equipment. I believe it was 4 years ago or so, all of the copper for the HVAC systems was completely removed by vandals. That has subsequently been repaired, of course. We're currently occupying it. However, we're outgrowing the current facility, and we would like to continue on with the process of eventually getting a multi-agency facility for DCNR. Initial programming was done in the 2007 biennium. Our Gary Guy Wilson architects did conceptual site plans, feasibility studies. 2016, the Department of Wildlife paid for an update of the programming. And we would like this project to move forward with architectural and engineering drawings. The land is here to the BLM. Once we move forward with the project, this can be RPP lease can be perfected, and the state would own the property. Any questions?
Ward Patrick. So Wildlife has found a new facility, and the board has heard that they need a new roof on that one for perspective here today. And but I was wondering, I wanted to get confirmation. I probably should know this already, but has this project been updated due to the fact that servicing Wildlife? And and please answer that. And if not, then we would work to get this updated in the short term.
Are you, Tim Hunt for the record, are you referring to the required square footage or?
Yes, is this square footage, thank you, Tim, exactly. Ward Patrick for the record. Is this square footage, has it been subsequently reduced since Wildlife has found an alternate home other than this proposed project?
Tim Hunt for the record, it has not been officially amended to identify the existing condition or the new required square footage. Initial review by myself indicated that it would probably, because Endow's presence was in the facility was a smaller percentage, leaving the square footage as is would allow for additional growth throughout the department in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. This project is life safety improvements, Miller Point Outlook, Cathedral Gorge State Park. It would rehabilitate and make safe the stair structures and bridge structures that lead from the Miller Point down into the gorge. It was originally constructed in the 1990s, and due to the extremely erosive soils, the footings for the stair supports, the bridge abutments are being excessively exposed. This project would allow for reestablishing a safe access to the lower portion of Cathedral Gorge from the Miller Point access. Any questions?
Ward Patrick for the record. Have there been any injuries, reported injuries? And if so, can you give us a little history on that? Or what you're doing to prevent access?
To my, Tim Hunt for the record, to my knowledge, there has not been any reported injuries at this location. Though currently we do evaluate them to make sure they are not getting significantly worse but ultimately deny access to the public. The guard railing along the top portion of the outlook, as you can see, is just chain link and posts. Not chain link, excuse me, just a chain and post.
Thanks.
Okay, for the record, John Christopherson. This project would demolish two different abandoned fire stations that are located in Spring Creek outside of Elko. These facilities became abandoned as a result of the legislature's abolishing NRS 473, which provided for fire districts that state of Nevada, the Division of Forestry in particular, used to be in charge of in the various counties across the state. The 2015 legislature closed those districts, and all the firefighting apparatus that the agency maintained upon that closure was then moved and officially located within our existing facilities at Elko, Washoe County, or East Lake Boulevard, Washoe Valley, excuse me, and Las Vegas. So these two sites are both, as I said, located about 6 miles apart in Spring Creek. Each facility has a residential structure in it, a shop, and a garage that was used to store the fire response vehicles. As these facilities have been vacant over the years, they have really become an attractive nuisance, a public nuisance. They have been vandalized, currently are unlockable, and they continue to be periodically entered by either vagrants or neighborhood kids or anybody looking to wreak havoc and essentially, practice mischievous behavior. So we are looking to have these facilities demolished, the property somewhat restored after the demolition takes place, and then ideally through Division of State Lands, the properties, I believe the plan would be to sell the parcels and generate funding for the state. Any questions on that one? Okay, thank you very much. Next slide.
There we go. Okay, for the record, Tim Hunt. This project is continuation of project 19-P10, building weatherization envelope protection at Spring Mountain Ranch State Park. The previous project that was completed was phase 1 of the project, which was the initial programming, doing and evaluating all of the structures and creating a report identifying appropriate priorities for the construction to seal up these buildings. This project would create the construction documents that would support the construction for reestablishing the existing historic structures. Spring Mountain Ranch does host over 250,000 visitors every year. It's extremely popular in the Las Vegas region. It's kind of an oasis just outside of the city limits. So to protect the envelopes of these structures would reduce the deterioration and allow for increased rehabilitation and restorations in the future. Any questions?
Okay, for the record, again, John Christopherson. The project under discussion would design and create a 3,000 square foot addition to our Western Region headquarters apparatus bay out in Washoe Valley, as well as we're including a 500 square foot mezzanine within the facility to store various wildland firefighting equipment, hoses, nozzles, other personal protective equipment, and the like. We currently have insufficient storage space, vehicle storage space in the Western Region headquarters to accommodate all the firefighting apparatus that we have there, requiring some of the equipment to be stored outside and withstand the harsh weather that we receive in Washoe Valley, and then even in the wintertime with the inability to put those vehicles indoors. They actually have to be drained so we don't have freezing and damage to valves and pumps. And once they're drained, they're not really ready for emergency response at that point. And so further, which causes delays in emergency response if that equipment is necessary. So this, again, as I said, would create 3,000 square foot of additional storage space, which would be added on to the north end of the facility, which in the view you're looking at there would be essentially where that Jeep is located. Would be expansion out of those 3 bays to the area where that Jeep is located. In addition to that, the facility would be equipped with air and water drops within the facility that allow us to service emergency response apparatus between emergency calls. And then, as was identified in the facility condition analysis in 2016, there was a need for a motorized gate into the back portion of that whole compound that allows our tractor trailer rigs to access the area. So it would include installation of a motorized gate as well as expansion and widening of the existing frontage road access that these large vehicles need to move into the rear of the compound and turn around and load with dozers and whatever else that they need to do back then. So we get the equipment out of the elements, protecting important hoses, gauges, vinyl covers, foam pump housing, and what have you. Provide storage in the mezzanine, and then also equip the facility to service vehicles more readily when they are within the 3 bays. Any questions on this project?
Okay, for the record, Tim Hunt. This is our final slide. State Parks and NDF and DCNR statewide paving, roofing, ADA, HVAC, and fire life safety. Currently, the department has 8 roofing projects, 5 ADA, 3 fire and life safety, and 10 paving projects associated with the statewide programs, which the Public Works Division will be presenting at a later date. Thank you for your patience, and is there any further questions?
Ward Patrick, thank you for the presentation and elaborating on the higher priorities and kind of skimming or just allowing the paperwork to present itself on the lower priorities. And we can work with you on this as well, but I was curious if, I know State Parks is largely a general funded agency, but we have our fiscal person on the line and as part of this process, and so I'm sure she would like to know if you have any other opportunities for funding on any of these projects, whether you have grant opportunities that we could support you on or of the like, or if there's question 1 money available. Is there any other funding that would help support any of these projects?
The department or State Parks question 1 money has already been obligated and is nearly depleted until potential reload authorized by the previous legislature. However, the state did not have sufficient bonding capacity to add money into the Q1 reload. State Parks does have access to additional grant funding. However, the ability to access it, we basically need any match that would be necessary before we commit the grant funding projects, because of the way they are set up. If the project gets canceled and does not get funded, i.e. the match for it, the state portion of it, that ties up that funding for a full 12 months.
And I appreciate that, and I want to kind of draw attention to part of that is that the board, in the board's criteria, other funding is part of the prioritization, and so I'm drawing a little chicken and the egg here. You haven't offered any of your grant funding because you don't have a match, and the board's criteria would not elevate a project as high unless it had a match. So there's a little chicken and the egg thing there. And so we'll offline go down that road a little deeper with you, Tim or Jim, John, and see if that avails some opportunities for your department. Thanks.
Absolutely. For the record, Tim, absolutely.
Are there other questions for Tim or John? If not, then thank you for your presentation, gentlemen.
Great. Thank you for your time.
We're a few minutes ahead of.
Good presentation, we appreciate it.
We're a few minutes ahead of schedule.
For the record, Susan Stewart, I understand that corrections has been made aware.
Oh, okay.
And prior to the meeting, we kind of preview with them that the times they need to be flexible. So I understand that corrections may be ready to present. And we had talked about a break, but we've only been going about an hour. So is the court reporter okay going?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, thanks for asking.
Sure. Yeah, so if it's okay with everybody else, we could probably go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Member Hand for the record, thank you, Susan. And yeah, it'd be great if we could go ahead and get started, and maybe about halfway through we'll take a break, take a 5-minute break so that we all can stretch our legs and stretch your fingers. With that, have the folks from corrections joined us?
They were up there.
Where'd they go?
It should be
There
on
they are.
board.
Oh, there we go.
Talk to them. This is corrections. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready for us?
Yes. Thank you.
Can you see our slides?
No.
Not yet.
Okay, we're gonna remedy that.
Would you like us to do that here on our end? Corrections, would you like us to load your slides for you?
Ralph Wagner, are you available?
They can't hear us.
Can you hear us, John or Harold?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Yep, we got good
Awesome.
calm there.
Why don't
Gotta
you,
say, you guys are looking pretty sharp. Thank you.
why don't you go ahead, Randall? Just go ahead and load it. We'll get your slides up here, gentlemen.
He can direct me then.
Yes.
You beat us to the punch, John, on that compliments of the attire for the day.
Oh, yeah, you tell I got my hair done? Well, you know, we practiced this presentation many times and have IT folk on hand, so I'm confident that it's going to go extremely well. Clearly we had them, but now it appears we've lost them, and I think he must have hit the wrong button. I think that red phone is probably not share my desktop.
We're getting the slides up right now for you, gentlemen.
All right.
Is Ralph still online? Did we lose Mr. Wagner? Is it Wagner or Wagner?
There we go. We can see the PowerPoint now.
Yeah.
It's Wagner.
Okay, Wagner.
Word, you just revealed yourself to be an opera fan.
Pretend fan.
Mr. Bowerman, if you could just let our IT person know when to advance the slides, we can run your PowerPoint presentation from our end here. Are they in Elko?
All right, I'll touch base with them, see how we're doing, just so we're all clear. We have Ralph and Wagner and Director Daniels presenting from Casa Grande down in Las Vegas. And then we have Deputy Director Harold Wickham and myself, John Borwin, presenting from Carson City. So we'll touch base with them just to make sure. Thank you.
I see what the problem is. We don't have everybody on the.
I heard Ralph a little earlier.
They were up for about 5 seconds.
Were they? Okay.
Yeah.
He's on the meeting, but his red dot is black. It says he's offline, so something.
Disconnected somehow.
Yeah.
Can you tell him to log on again, to log on? Well, we got our break, huh?
Right? You should stand up for a minute.
Yes. Works for me. You've taken a trip around the, you're in my space, sir.
Right? You can walk around your own space.
That's right.
Yeah.
6 feet, please. Weren't they supposed to be automatic at one point? Wasn't that the?
They're automatic.
Manually automatic? No, yeah, manually automatic, yes.
Yeah. It took several months for them to become automatic, I believe.
It turns out we have cameras here and the white background of outside washes all the content. So we've kind of overridden that because of the cameras.
And everybody's
but
silhouetted here, so.
Yeah, so for daylighting purposes, they're automatic, but we've overridden for video. Yep.
So once again, mechanical engineers can't fix it.
Yes, we have to leave it to the architects, is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, this is an architectural solution.
Is that where it's going?
I'm gonna start that debate.
Oh, there's no start, it's ongoing.
Hello? All right, but I gotta get back to Ralph. I'm texting this guy.
Can you guys hear us?
Yes.
This is Deputy Director John Borman. Yes, we still hear you, and we have been able to get a hold of them. They are reconnecting at this moment. Thank you.
Okay.
No, he's talking to them.
No,
Oh,
that
you're
was
on.
us.
D.D. Bowerman, can you hear us down here at Casa Grande?
I sure can. Thank you, Ralph. Nice to have you back on board. Thank you.
Yeah, we lost. The gremlins come up and bit us. And trying to get our PowerPoint up. Do you see it?
We got your PowerPoint up. You have to give us your camera though. Turn the
The
camera on.
camera we have off right now. We'll turn it on.
Okay.
I think it's PowerPoint's working. Let's hit the camera.
So, Ralph, while they were waiting, they went ahead and loaded your slides, and they are running it from the Carson City State Public Works Division office. So we can just give them guidance of when we need those slides to go from one slide to the next.
Yeah, unless they can see we just reloaded. Can they see that?
Yes.
All right.
That's
You
probably
see our
good,
PowerPoint
Ralph.
now?
That's probably good that you control it, because we have this automatic button that after about 50, it goes to the end, so you might want to control your own slides.
There you go, that's our preference as well. So you can see our PowerPoint, you can hear, you have a video of both locations?
Yes.
Apparently.
So, Ralph, as long as you are presenting your PowerPoint presentation, we do not have video of you. You would have to unshare your desktop for us to resume back to video of yourself. Thank you.
If you're gonna, like you said, if you unshare it, then you can see you on the picture. But
Yeah,
right
we
now,
don't
it's
want,
inside.
no, we're gonna go without video. We don't wanna complicate things. And to that extent, Director Daniels is ready to kick this off.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Daniels, and I currently serve as the Director of the Nevada Department of Corrections. Dr. Ralph Wagner, who serves as the agency's Chief Engineer, and I will present information regarding capital improvement projects, needs, and justifications. Additionally, we have others on the line that are in our office up in Carson City, and that would be John Bowerman, who is our Deputy Director of Fiscal Services. And I do believe that we have Harold Wickham, who's also a Deputy Director, who serves as our Director of Operations. So just so you know, I've been here since December. I've enjoyed my stay so far. Right off the plane, we had to deal with budgetary issues and COVID. But other than that, it's been fairly routine. So we have before you 176 CIPs and 37 statewide projects proposed for FY 22 and 23. These proposals will allow DOC to continue and evolve our mission of providing security and humane conditions consistent with the 8th and 14th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution. I'm going to touch briefly on our mission because I think it's important that I share with you how every word matters. The Nevada Department of Corrections will improve public safety by ensuring a safe and humane environment that incorporates proven rehabilitation initiatives that prepare individuals for successful reintegration into our communities. The reasons that it is important for all of these is that we have to provide that environment. No one will be willing to learn or feel that they can learn if they're unsafe. Also, the conditions have to be such that a person wants to do more than focus in on the suppressive heat or overcrowding. Our vision is very simple. Reduce victimization and recidivism by providing offenders with incentives for self-improvement and the tools to effective change. Enhancement of our facilities to further sequester those requiring protection, severely mentally ill, gender-related issues are also important. So while we're looking at the facilities and the upgrading and maintenance, you also have to take into consideration, we have to move a lot of pieces around, and in many respects, those pieces can't be together, yet everyone has to share in opportunities to help deal with issues, whether it's educational related, vocational training related, security related, and so on. So everything we do as an organization is literally choreographed based on the needs of what we're trying to accomplish at the time, and also based on the changes that we would incur federally and or statutorily, and so on. So there's a lot of movement here and there, and it's important that we keep that in mind as we move through, as we go ahead and move through the process. So let's go ahead and talk about our population projections.
Excuse me,
before I do
Director.
that,
Thank you. Thank you for that, Director. Excuse me. I believe it would be helpful for your presentation if we talked a little about what we're seeing on the screen here in Carson City, and maybe the rest of the board is seeing only a portion of the various slides. So on that first slide that had the mission and vision, we only saw about a quarter of that slide. So we're seeing half from right to left and half up and down. And so maybe we could take a few minutes to dial that in to support an effective presentation.
Yeah, we had it at full screen. I'm going to go back to partial screen. Does that give you a better picture?
That is better. We can now see the entirety. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for the pause and interruption.
Yeah. Now, I'll have to do it this way.
No problem. First of all, thank you, and I appreciate that you stepped in. From our visual here, we had the entire screen up, so it appears that I was talking about what was on the screen from our end, but I'm glad that you slowed us down somewhat. So right now, what I can see on there are the NDOC's population projections, but I understand that you wanted to go back to our mission and our vision statement.
We could look at that for a minute for the benefit of the board.
Absolutely. So Ralph, we can swing back. Oh, okay. So once again, as it relates to our mission statement.
Let me interrupt you one more time to me. Sorry, Director. Ralph, possibly if you hit Shift F5, it might make it twice as big.
Well, I can do it. Here, okay, let's try this. I think this is gonna go back up to where we were. Is that worse?
Yeah, that's back where we were. You're correct.
Yeah, that's worse.
Okay, I'll try Shift F5, see what that finds.
No?
Oh, they're doing the same thing. Okay, we'll be
Okay,
fine,
let's
I'm sure.
go back.
Thank you.
Oh.
Go back to the, there you go. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna have to live with that. But you do see the whole slide is just smaller?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's go into full size and see if that may work.
This thing?
Yeah.
Is that any better?
It's better.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're gonna go with that look.
All right. So once again, for the record, this is Charles Daniels, Director of the Nevada Department of Corrections. So when I went to this screen, I just wanted to point out that number one, the agency has a very new mission statement. And I wanted to share the mission statement with you because every word on there is relevant. It just simply states, and as you can all see, that we will improve public safety. We're a public safety organization, and our primary mission is to keep the public safe. And then there's the by part, and that's by ensuring that that our offenders are maintained in safe and humane conditions. Those safe and humane conditions are actually regulated by the U.S. Constitution. That would be very specifically the 8th Amendment. Then there's also a portion of it that's covered in the 14th Amendment. But later on, the Supreme Court and other courts have defined exactly what that is. And so we've taken all of that into consideration as we looked into how we are planning to function and organize within our agency and the methodology that we have to do to ensure that we're able to keep individuals safe and keep them away from the other individuals that could potentially hurt them. We also have to ensure that we sequester those that require additional security, those inmates that are either maximum security and or require close custody. We have to ensure that during a facility in which the footprint and the security apparatuses, whether it be locks, sliding doors, whether it be camera systems, we have to ensure that they're in place. And although these inmates don't make up 50% of our inmate population, they're very intensive as it relates to supervision, security controls, and all the money that we have to pour into the organization to not only keep them safe from one another, to keep society safe, but also keep my staff safe. And it's a never-ending quest as we get new inmates all the day from the county jail systems, north and south, as well as have to move our inmates around the agency based on either elevated security needs or get them at a place where they can have access to appropriate programming and or medical treatment and or mental health treatment. So it's a jigsaw puzzle, it's fluid, and it just depends on the amount of inmates that we have, and also depending on the locality and how difficult it is to get the appropriate medical treatment, psychological treatment, and or programming. we still have to work all that out, which requires quite a bit other than looking at an institution and counting beds. So we're having to manage all of those variables on a daily basis. My operational team does a tremendous job. Once again, Dee Dee Wickham is on the line. We have just a lot of moving parts. And we also have to deal with the gender situation. Right now, of course, we have one major facility for females. We have one major camp for females. We also have some residual bids up in northern Nevada. And then we now have to also deal with a transgender population, and depending on several factors or variables, there's no telling which place they will be housed in. Nonetheless, we have to keep all that into consideration, and we like to believe that we manage it well. So then as we transition into our vision, of course, it's to reduce victimization and recidivism by providing offenders with incentive for self-improvement and the tools to effect change. The enhancements of our facilities to further sequester those requiring protection and also to deal with the severely mentally ill, as well as the gender-related issues, also are impacted by us ensuring that if you're handed off to us from the judicial system after being appropriately prosecuted and then adjudicated and then taken out of society, our goal at this point then becomes us doing anything and everything we can to get these people back out in society and get them a livable job, get them the skills that they need with, livable wage, so that they can be successful and not return. The greatest travesty in our judicial system isn't that it doesn't work, it's just that on the back end, in many respects, we have not been prepared to ensure that an inmate can be released and not come back. And as a taxpayer, we're paying for that individual while he's with us, you're paying for that individual. In addition to paying for that, we're also more than likely paying for his family if he's still got one, but certainly his kids that are all on some social subsistence, which is our tax dollars. So at a minimum, we need this person to get out, get a job with a livable wage, so that he can then try to take himself and his offspring and her family and move them off the rolls so that we can spend money for other priorities in our society. So that's the reason that I spent a little bit of time on our mission as well as our vision statement. So now we're going to transition into what you're about to see. It's very simple. We're going to initially talk about our population projections, then obviously talk about a 10-year master plan, which has been in place for some while. Then we're also going to spend some time talking about our capital improvement plans, which will, for the most part, be our 1st through 19. And then we have some others which will fall in under 20 through 146. They are available, and we will mention some, but we won't spend a lot of time on those. Then, of course, we're going to spend some time on our statewide projects. So let me go ahead and transition into our population projections. Very simply, the population projections have been done previously, and they take into consideration our current bed capacity, which happens to be 13,901, and that includes our male and our female inmates. What's interesting to note, though, while we're on this screen, is that although we have 1.3% of our inmates that are indicated or classified as maximum security, and then another 30% identified as close security, these inmates require the most attention and time as it relates to their conditions of confinement. And that also extends over into how much time and effort we spend on monitoring and controlling their movement. All of it's labor intensive, as well as time intensive, as well as, in addition to it being intensive as it relates to just dealing with the inmates because of the security apparatuses and so on. So when we talk about what's moving forward, we're going to address each of those issues as we move through the process. So now, if there are no questions, I'm going to transition into our female population. And what's interesting about this is that you see on the top portion of that screen, you see that as it relates to our actual inmate, our female inmate population, it's risen over 2 years, but it's now somewhat flatlined with a slight decrease. And then if you look at the broken line, you will see there's some projections which show a slight increase, but flat line with a slight increase. Although we're seeing that right now, if you were to look at the lower scale, we have two issues as well. We have the actual, which is in yellow, but above that is the projected. As you can see, our actual has gone down. So what are the factors that have contributed to this particular issue? Well, we've had several things. A couple of years ago, well, not a couple of years ago, a little more than a year ago, we had some changes in our sentencing guidelines, as well as some advanced measures to help try to reduce our inmate population by looking at the inmate holistically. And we're also able to provide methodology to give inmates more of an opportunity to release early and earn good time by either work, by education, and other factors that have an impact on our inmate population. We also like to reward good behavior. So what has happened is the legislature got involved, as well as other entities, and decided that we really need to focus on what we're doing while an inmate is incarcerated, and if there's ways of helping them stay engaged and see hope a little earlier by if they're having forward momentum on their personal growth and their ability to deal with others, that we can certainly allow them to move down the line and get out of here earlier. In addition to that, probation and parole have certainly worked with our inmates, and they're embedded with our staff in trying to ensure that we're very aggressive about getting the inmates from the secure facilities to structured release while they're out in the community. And we try to facilitate that as best. Now, as time goes on, there will be some other variables that won't show up right now, but you can rest assured that there's been a slowdown in what the courts are doing as it relates to seeing persons. Many of those that have been arrested and or been prosecuted or in some way down the line, things have slowed down significantly because of COVID. And many of the folks that would have already gone through the process are still pending and are awaiting return back to custody. So although the numbers are going down and I expect them to decrease here shortly, I also imagine, and I can't validate when this will happen, but as soon as there are a treatment, very specifically a vaccine for COVID, and we seem to have some control societally as to what we're doing, those numbers will ramp back up. So there's a temporary dip, but we do expect that to rise. So right now our snapshot shows a decrease. You will see the same decrease with our male inmate population, but as time goes on, that will go ahead and readjust back to the more than likely to the previous projections. At this point, though, I know I have Dee Dee Barman as well as Dee Dee Wickham that are listening in. Would either of you like to add in any points related to this? All right, well, I take that as a no. So are there any other questions or comments so far for those that are listening in?
Yes, this is Kent Lefevre for the record. I've got a question about your chart for the female population, if we could go back one.
Yes.
Can you see it better here? Oops.
Oops, I think that was one too far.
There we go.
So I just want to understand that dashed line on the top graph is a projection of what I could characterize as basically a flat growth period for female population?
Yes, I would consider that a flat line with a slight upward trajectory, but it's more or less flat, yes.
Okay, so in the next 4 years, you're not anticipating really any spikes in the female population?
No, I'm not anticipating any spikes. Obviously, these are just projections, but I don't see where we would have a spike. I can't see a cause and effect relationship with what's currently going on that would cause a significant spike. Obviously, if violence picks up as it relates to female inmates in the community, or females in the community, I can see that going up, but most of the crimes that many of them commit aren't violence related. And so I would think that the flat line would be consistent with what we could actually expect in the future. And these projections were done by JF Associates, and the projections were done prior to my arrival, but I have no reason to believe that they're inconsistent with what we can expect in the future.
Okay. Thank you. Kent Lefevre again for the record. The male population chart, if you could switch over to that one.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So we're seeing what I would characterize as a net reduction of male population. And then the dotted line on the top chart just shows a slight increase. Is that right, over the next 4 years?
Yes.
I recognize that's an order of magnitude. It's probably, what, 200 or something?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the response.
Is the projection over the next 4 years somewhere in the neighborhood of 250 or 200?
Well, you're talking about the amount of reduction from the peak population?
I'm talking about the growth over the next 4 years for the male population.
Pretty flat.
Pretty flat. And as a follow-up question, this is probably for Director Daniel, are these projections being influenced by any new legislation before the coming session, or is this just under current law, current sentencing law?
Okay, so the population, the CY 2020 is legislatively approved. It's a legislatively approved forecast. I'm sorry, I get a lot of phone calls, my apologies. So that's legislatively approved. Now, when these were actually put together, I wasn't here, so I wasn't privy to all of the rationale behind the projection. But I think they're fairly consistent with what's going on around the United States. In all of the states, there's been a lot of activity in two areas: criminal justice reform and, more specifically, sentencing reform. Well, depending on the state that you're in, they both have had, they've both been impacted greatly on the inmate population. There is a drive to find either alternative methods of getting those that have been convicted out either earlier, or providing them with a mechanism to get out earlier based on the participation in programs. But since most of these changes have only been made in the last couple of years, we know that there's some hope that this will have an impact, but I can't tell you. I mean, I just came from the state of Alabama and part of that, New York, but they're waiting to see what the residuals are based on the changes in the legislation.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman, for those questions.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and transition into our 10-year master plan. I look forward to sharing that with you. So let's just go ahead and talk about some of the highlights. Our projections to remedy capacity. So we really took a deep dive into what our capacity needs could be. We're somewhat fairly comfortable with those projections also, although that we recognize there will be some residual impact of changes in some of the sentencing and so on, but nonetheless, we need to be prepared in the event that our capacity needs to change and they increase. So once again, our capacity projections are by JFA Institute. They're a group that does this nationwide, and I believe we have the documentation on file that shows their efficacy and their proof. So we're dealing with 6 major building projects as proposed. The first, but not necessarily in order, is Florence McClure Women's Correctional Center. And we're looking at the housing unit there, the expansion of the housing unit, a warehouse, program space, and the expanded perimeter fence. there's several things that are going on, so I'm going to elaborate on them a little bit right now. And one of them just happens to be that we have two major facilities that house our female inmates. Our ones that aren't in the most secure facility are ones that we consider minimum, are down at our Gene facility, which is about 12, 15 minutes south of Henderson off of the 15. What's interesting about that, it's fairly costly to run. And unfortunately, the women that are there, most of them are seeking to be enrolled in education, vocational training programs, and also some of our programs specific to union activity, becoming apprentices, and so on. Unfortunately, because of the location and the limited amount of females there, they don't have the same access that others have. So it would be in our best interest to consolidate the females back up at the Florence McClure Women's Correctional Facility. And with that means we're going to have to look at including them into our inmate population up there, also building a housing unit that's outside the secure facility or a minimum security facility, for a minimum security females. But while doing that, we're also looking at the Dean Correctional Center, which is right beside it, Dean Correctional Center, which is where the women are housed, but right beside it, we also have a mothballed facility, formerly known as Southern Nevada Correctional Center, which is mothballed, just sitting there. We're also looking at a public or private transfer, hopefully, to be able to sell that. And there's been preliminary conversations that we could look at $80 to $100 million going back into the general fund if we're actually able to sell that as a part of a master plan community. And so there's a lot of moving parts, and we really believe that we can assist the state in providing some much needed and additional funds from the sale of that project, which would of course then completely require us to move those remaining females that are down at Gene and move them back up to Florence McClure. I know I've just said quite a bit, so I'll stop here for a moment in case anyone has any questions related to that particular topic. Okay, so let me go ahead and transition. And by the way, if any of my people that are on the line want to add anything to that, please feel free to jump in at this time. All right, so now let's move on to Southern Desert Correctional Center. As it relates to our master plan, we're looking at adding 2 housing units. We have the space for it, and we need it. Now, what's beautiful about this program right here is that because we have the space and we're dealing with minimum security, medium security, we can really pack in a lot more inmates there and get a lot more bang for the buck. And the beautiful thing about this location is that the inmates that will be there would certainly be available for additional educational opportunities, vocational training opportunities, and so on. So once again, we wouldn't have to buy any property, we have the space, and we could get great utilization out of that area by the type of structures we put up there to house additional inmates.
Just an additional comment, Ralph Wagner for the record. The director wasn't here 2 years ago. He may remember this, and I'm not sure of the board composition, but 2 years ago, that was being recommended. It had a very good chance of approval, but upon more consideration of our programs, population growth, we decided to defer that for at least 2 years. And that was, at that time, costed out around $190 million. So that was a monster project that we walked away from for the short term. This year, it's not as highly recommended as what the director was just referring to over at Women's.
Recess for the day, we'll do one more public comment. Yeah, that's.
I didn't know if we can do that again after.
Heather says there's no one yet.
Okay. Are we waiting for Kent? Can we start without him?
He has old snow rides.
Okay.
He knows his stuff.
Yeah, he knows his stuff. He knows the directions.
Okay, do you need?
Yeah.
adjust the volume and change it.
Thank you all for the opportunity to stretch the legs and hopefully stretch the fingers. We'll look forward to getting started again.
Okay, can you hear me? This is Ralph Wagner, Chief Engineer for the record.
Yes, we can hear you, Ralph.
I assume everybody's ready. Well, I'll proceed. And I also assume you can see our PowerPoint still. And with that, we'll jump into our request for capital improvement projects. As the director mentioned, we initially started out with 176. It's down condensed into 146, still a large number. As we go forward, I assume questions will be asked as we go. There's a slide at the end for Q&A, but I would encourage you to ask questions as they develop. And along that regard, I was asking earlier before the break about the time. Is there some target time we should work towards? We were given 2 hours, I believe, originally. Is that still our timeline?
Yes, remember him for the record. Yes, please. That sounds like a good timeline.
Okay, so I'll try to get done in the next 45 to 60 minutes. Having said that, just an introductory comment. We've met with Public Works several times. One of the pieces of information that's pretty key to this whole process is that the monies available to fund these projects are typically in the neighborhood of 350 million, if I understand that correctly. This year, that number, it may be down more like 200 million. So we realized that and in part adjusted our comments and our requests for that. So some preliminaries as we march through this. There we go. The abbreviations, these next three slides are just for background information. Most of you probably know what these acronyms stand for, and they're used throughout this presentation. But it's something you can go back to. And as well as not only the facilities, but also the personnel. Okay, the vetting process, it's worthwhile to spend a little time on that. It reflects, we're in the 8th month of an 18-month process, as far as I can tell. It's the second time I've been through this CIP request process. And so I think it's important that we identify how we vetted the different CIPs. And it all begins back in January of this year with key personnel at each of the facilities. They are on site, quite familiar with what their issues are, and they will develop a priority 1 through N and submit them to me, and the facility manager myself will go through those. I have a fair amount of work to get them all corralled. Like I said, there was 176 of them, and a key part of putting them in the rank, as you might guess, is that we give high priority to major institutions, and within that realm, Ely State Prison, High Desert State Prison, Northern Nevada Correctional Center, Southern Nevada Correctional Center, Lovelock Correctional Center are, in my mind, the top 5. So as we go through it, they get high priority, and as we go through this process, you'll see that. And having said that, that leads to a top 10 that we'll focus on in the next hour. But having get those ranks, we send it to the executive committee. That's step number 4. There's review and editing, feedback that way. And then we ultimately take that information and send it on to Public Works, and that triggers their review, evaluation, consolidation, and cost estimates for all of them. And then there's some back and forth between Public Works. This is my second time through it, and this year we vetted them a little. We had another iteration. I think that's time well spent. And more I think about it is that in the future, the more interaction we can have with Public Works Department, I think will just make a that much stronger case. We've got people on the ground, but they have they're the engineering arm of our department, as you're aware, and they're quite familiar with many of our needs, and they have a different view that's more holistic. I think healthier perspective, because we tend to feed the way this vetting process works. We tend to work out of silos, and getting Public Works more and more involved, we can cross-fertilize and get a better picture. And to that extent, that's how we ultimately led to these 19 CIPs. And again, in conversations with them, the funding issue certainly came up. So as we rearranged our priorities once again here in June, we put more focus on safety and security and less focus on efficiencies and aging to better accommodate the reduction in funding. So what our emphasis today will mostly be on these 19 CIPs totaling 115 million. That 100, for what it's worth, the 176 were originally proposed, costed out close to $1 billion. We realize that's way over the top, but we also have, I think it's a good exercise to identify those needs and get them out there for Public Works and you people and others to better understand where we're lacking. Okay, CIPs, this is, if you look on the right-hand side, we actually start numbering the priorities that way. So the first row is the first priority, and the way we do this is there's basically 5 factors that we identified. Some of them are, other factors are qualitative, possibly, but we attempt to identify safety, security, infrastructure, and energy. And we rank those A through C, and you should know that that ranking applies to these 19. If we were going to include the other 120 or whatever that number is, we'd have to extend that alphabet to E up and maybe further to get it fully graded. So, and then the other cost, or the other factor is the cost, and that comes directly from Public Works. In the vetting process, we make a good faith effort to estimate the cost. At the end of the day, that number you're seeing here in this presentation, as you know, reflects the cost expertise or cost estimating expertise from Public Works. So that's another factor as we go through this. Getting started with ESP, ongoing issue up there. We had to shut down, relocate offenders in 3 different housing units, 7, 8, and 12. That happened last year, and we were able to remedy that situation. But ESP, as you'll see, we has a lot of piping issues that show up in this presentation, and we hope to correct most of them, if not all of them, in this effort. But it's a key institution. It's opened up in '89, so it's over 30 years old, and it's this problem and a few others that you'll be hearing about reflect that aging process. So this is the piping project to fix the, complete the underground hot water piping for Ely, and that's important to note that that's piping for underground. So the next CIP, ranked number 2, it has a similar rating. I should go back to Ely. Those are all considered high issues in that project in terms of A, for an A rating. On the culinary, that's there's a more above ground piping issues, there's mold, many repairs. Again, it's the aging process is reflected in its poor condition, and it started to affect our ability to properly prepare meals. There's even health impacts that come with the mold that we'd like to avoid or as much as possible. Up at Lovelock, we have an emergency distribution system that's suspect. It's 25 years old, approximately. It's the PLC, Programmable Logic Control, is not operating properly, and it, on 2 occasions in the last couple of years, it didn't know whether to go after external power or use emergency power. So that created a big problem internally for the entire facility. So this enhancement or correction repair is needed substantially. Okay, the next 2 are related. They were expanded on by the director. The first one, they both pertain to what we'd like to see up at Lawrence McClure Women's Correctional Center, the housing expansion. As the director mentioned, it reflects more of a morphing of the master plan into management improvement as opposed to population increases. So this has greatly improved management by getting all the females up into one location. And that would, they'd come out of the Jean Correctional Center. And for management purposes, that makes sense. And as the director indicated, that clears out that facility, which is adjacent to a Southern Nevada Correctional Center, which has been shut down since 2008, I believe it was, 12 years. So they're sitting idle, and we've had much attention. I've been involved with it directly by public and private entities wanting to have access to that facility. So this transition, we realize it's multi-year, but it does give us the flexibility to finally dispose of that facility at SNCC as well as JCC, and it would facilitate that transfer, whether it's public or private. And we view, we did an appraisal internally, just looking at the 571 acres of land that's there, plus 170,000 square feet of space in the Southern Nevada Correctional Center. We're estimating it has a value of somewhere between 80 and 120 million. And we also understand that we go back into the general fund, but in these times of economic challenges, that seems like a nice factor to include, and it would be facilitated by moving, by developing a 240-bed facility up at Lawrence McClure Women's Correctional Center. And that, for what it's worth, that facility, depending upon how the custody level works out, could be some blend of minimum and medium custody. The next one is the warehouse. 25,000 square foot building that would provide warehouse capability, refrigeration, and maintenance. That would be greatly help the situation up there now, and especially if we were to add the 240 bed facility to about a population of somewhere around 1,000, 1,100. Even more reason why that would make sense. And that project would also help, if I understand it correctly, with Public Works would go forward to help us with the planning effort for the housing and expansion. And it probably needs to come in tandem at least on a 4-year effort, or at a minimum, it needs to come in front of the housing project. Because it would, part of that money should be used to help with the planning effort to properly position and construct the dormitory that we're referring to. Okay, we'll move on to the next slide. There we go. This one's air handling units up at High Desert. That's key. The cooling situation up there, especially right now, this time of year, is not good. The evaporative coolers are dependent on working properly, and they're challenged that much more with the physics of a monsoon situation. They just don't evaporate water as well as the relative humidity goes up. So we have that challenge. The media needs to be replaced, and the air handling units would give us a better cooling situation using forced convection. Those units are 20 years old and are showing their age. Okay, the next item is up at Southern Nevada Correctional Center, and you can see a fair amount of these types of requests. Clearly, they relate to safety and security, as it's the doors, locks, and controls of, and basically it means converting from an analog system to a digital system. And we had just done that at that Southern Nevada Correctional Center in Housing Unit 8. So that's a good example. The bubble gets cleared out almost completely with all the analog devices that go away. They're 40 years old. And by going to a digital system, it's clearly enhances the safety and security of all of those facilities. So that's a major project. You can see it by the price tag, close to $18 million to get that done. But that's another indicator of aging as well as modernization of our facilities. The next one relates to...
Ralph, this is Ward.
Yes, Ward.
As you go through this, and I'll give you a chance to think about it, but I want to talk about a little bit about phasing some of these projects. So you just mentioned this $17.9 million door lock and control project, and so that's it's a big pill to swallow. And normally these institutions that have these big needs, one part of that is weaker than many of the other parts. And so that would enable some lessons learned in the design and construction, and could solve the higher level needs when funding is short. And so if you could make a general statement, for other bigger projects, or a specific statement on this project, or as we go, that would be helpful, I think, when decisions need to be made later about what needs to be funded. So again, I would ask if this project or other projects could be funded as phased projects.
Yeah, Yeah, that's a good point, and it brings up a point I wanted to make later on, but I'll make it now. Two things. The prioritization is our notion. That's what we've done here. We ranked them in terms of needs, but that's is flexible. It's it's priority number 6. Could it ever be a 10? Clearly, yes. And to that extent, Public Works, as I mentioned earlier, has a very good, different perspective, a more holistic perspective. So when we get done making this presentation, and Public Works weighs what our position is and how we stated it. If they believe there's a better mousetrap, better way to configure, I believe the final judgment will be fine with Public Works making. The other point that I'd like to make as we go through this and understanding the funding challenges is that not only in phase, but in increments. This would be a good example. Replace doors and locks. Well, maybe we don't need to do all those housing units. Maybe we can just do half of them and cut that price tag in half. There's another place, well, just all throughout there, you see the bigger price tags. There's one for electrical rework that possibly we could reduce that by several million by just focusing on generators initially. So that type of thing may be an artifact of our economic challenges too. Okay, I think I understand what you're saying, Ward, and I'll try to address it as we go forward.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Ward Patrick, for the record. That's what I was talking about, specifically this project, and I think another key one would be that electrical project with the generators. So those are kind of the two key ones. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, number 8, that's advanced planning, and as the director mentioned, he's introduced it, that whole project. The key there is, again, it's not about accommodating increases in populations. We're seeing current projections showing to be flat, even though 2-3 years ago projections showed increases. So that may be a moving target, but for the short term, we're mainly interested in better management. And this would be a dormitory to house those with mental health challenges. And I might add that last biennium, this was also on the books, and it may have been eliminated because of the notion that it was being proposed as, in a broad sense, a core expansion to accommodate population increases. We want to make it clear that we're quite content focusing on just a single structure, and that would be the mental health dormitory. One for now would be wonderful, and the planning should reflect that. And that may reduce the cost of that planning effort. The next one is over at NNCC, Domestic Water and Sanitary Sewer. That's a continuation of a CIP 19-P04 that planned for its replacements. And this would help with the aging process over at NNCC. It was opened up in '64. You do the math, that's 55 years ago or more. So NNCC is challenged the most of all of our major facilities in terms of aging. And this is a key part of it. The system is antiquated and certainly needs to be updated. The next project is one that's a little bit different than the rest of them. It represents a triad in which we've had conversations with Southwest Gas, Creech Air Force Base, and NDOC. I think it holds a lot of potential, and as it's stated, right now, Southwest Gas has their pipeline ends 22 miles from Cold Creek Road. And the notion is that we'd extend that natural gas pipeline that 22 miles, and at that point tee off and go 3 miles into our 3 Indian Springs facilities: Southern Desert Correctional Center, High Desert State Prison, and 3 Lakes Valley Correctional Center. And then Creech would take it on another 7 miles. And we're getting more and more traction with it. There's several funding mechanisms. This would be one of them. In fact, the total cost is coming in estimated around the $45 to $50 million range. And when Public Works first costed it, they recommended the half of that amount be put in here. I requested that it be cut back, in large part because of our economic challenges. But I think it would be quite beneficial to the project if we were able, from this funding mechanism, is they get that $80 million as to show a good faith contribution to this success of this project. Having said that, a little bit more about the funding mechanisms, the other ones that exist. The Air Base out at Creech is developing a utility energy service contracting mechanism that Nellis Air Force Base currently enjoys. That's a potential source, and I don't think I'll go into the details of that. That's the whole program. Also, the Pentagon has the Office of Energy Assurance. That's the one that looks at all the DoD facilities and looks at ways they can increase the energy efficiencies and use, and this plays right into it. They're quite committed to it, we believe. As I said, the meetings have started in the last, since April. We've had monthly meetings, and they just visited Creech Air Force Base last week, and that's not the only reason, but it's one of the reasons. And they like it for obvious reasons of more security for them. They use the term resiliency. They like to be able to close their facility in case of terrorism or what have you. Right now, just like we do, they bulk out their fuel. We bulk out by truck routinely, propane and diesel, and they're mainly dependent on diesel and electricity. Other mechanisms that show a lot of promise, Senate Bill 151 was passed in 2015, and that is targeted at this type of project. In fact, Southwest Gas has used it to make a business case for their expansion. And they just did the business case, got approval from the Nevada PUC to fund an extension into Mesquite, Nevada. And I believe that's nearly complete, and they were able to raise $17 million from the ratepayers by adjusting their bill with an incremental amount each monthly payment. So they got $17 million there, and then up by Elko, they have a project that's not quite that far along, but I understand they do have the same approval to get monies to fund the extension of natural gas to unserved or underserved rural areas. That plays right into our what we're seeking to do, because it doesn't take much to look at all the expansion in Nevada. We understand housing is going to go out to the Paiute golf courses. They're starting to develop that. And then in Indian Springs itself is getting a lot of housing activity. Those mechanisms are just benefits. We're not counting on them to be part of the funding. It's just another reason that this one has promise. Coincidentally, what we're basically doing are putting in 32 miles of pipeline. Back in a former career, when I started my career off with Exxon Company USA, we laid pipeline all through northeast Texas. I had 6 to 8 crews that worked for me. So I'm quite familiar with this process. It's not rocket science. We believe that it's possible, if we're able to negotiate it with trade unions, to use our vendors as part of this heavy equipment simulation training program that we have ongoing that's very successful and got funded in part for classrooms in the last biennium. So that's another mechanism. In addition to that, the final one is the state has a similar program to the DOE Federal Energy Management Program, which triggers the UESC, lots of initials. They call it performance contracting down here at the Governor's Office of Energy, and I've been in communication with them about that process. So that the timing of it is important for this biennium, this CIP. We all three entities understand it's a multi-year project, and when these money, if they're approved for this project, they'll become available about the time we need it, which is, I guess, no sooner than 1 October of 2021. And that's similar to the timing of that Southwest Gas Creech Air Force Base envisions for their contributions. So that's 10. 11 is the, let me get moving here. I have to do my slide. Let's see. Up in Northern Nevada, just like I said earlier, these locks and controls are a big issue, at especially at these aging facilities. Northern Nevada is no different. That includes a renovation of 90 doors, as I understand, that are nearly 60 years old. And those are, and there would be replacement of wiring, locks, door controls, control panels, call buttons. So it'd be a major rework. And so that's another artifact of a 60-year-old building facility with dated controls. And again, I believe they're all analog, and that would be converted to digital control. Temperature control system over is number 12. That's over at High Desert. That would regulate boilers and generators. HVAC equipment and boilers. Right now, this control system would ensure that it ensures that the temperatures in all those pieces of equipment properly be regulated. They aren't right now. They have real troubles with it. They have a DOS-based computer system. It's again as old as the facility, which is 20 years, and it would morph into a web-based and more uniform system. High Desert is also number 13. It's probably important to point this out. This gets some higher priority. It's a dishwasher replacement. It's very essential for food, but it's a very low cost item. So as you evaluate the factors, the fact that we can get that done for comparatively a small amount of money to many of these other projects, that helps move it into that higher priority position of 13 than you might ordinarily think. NNCC, and again, that's another lock project, and it is similar to that over at that I just mentioned in priority number 11, and that is just another way. I think it's consistent. Possibly what Ward was referring to earlier. This is one way of breaking it out into two separate areas, both around $3.5 million apiece. The final one on this slide is number 15. That's up at Ely. They have loading dock issues. The mechanisms there create a working hazard for the workers. And again, that reflects their notion that this is pretty important to them. And also it's worth noting that it's comparatively a small amount of money to many of the other projects. Consequently, it's getting that much more attention. Moving on, up at Ely, we also have a sink replacement effort in housing units 1 through 8. These are high maintenance. Again, it's an older facility, and these, whether it's sink, faucet, water closet, valves are in disrepair and outlived their useful life, creating high maintenance and taking our personnel, which we're already short of, away from what you might consider a more important maintenance problems. Southern Nevada, we have a request for domestic water heaters. These are to augment the heating system. They had used, if you're familiar with the term templifiers, it's a heat pump based water heater. They didn't work as planned, and it's a challenge to keep up with the hot water heating needed. And they think that these water heaters could replace the templifiers and make the heating situation more accountable. It's 30 years old. So that's, and again, Southern Desert is a high priority institution. Up at High Desert, a refurbishing project that would result in flooring, painting, shower units in the infirmary and intake building, and also installation of surveillance cameras in the suicide watch cells. So that's considered a high priority in terms of safety, security. And then finally, in the top 19, over at Women's, there's the non-functioning water softeners, which again, you may say, well, what's that big deal? But it's affecting the fixtures. Las Vegas has very hard water. And anybody that has a house down here knows that if they don't have a water softener, they're going to be replacing their fixtures. And so those have been shut down for quite some time. And when I go out to visit, one of the first items they point out to me.
I can't hear you.
Ralph, this is Ward.
Keep his voice up, please.
Ralph?
Yes.
This is Ward. Can you repeat a little bit on the water softener? We have the court reporter. We're having difficulty hearing you here, so lean into the mic or continue the same volume you started with. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, I'll speak up. But the water softeners at Florence McClure are an ongoing problem. They've been shut down for a long time. They affect mainly the fixtures. So you have degradation along the fixtures, and it's an artifact of poor water in Las Vegas. Very hard. I think you had to put it in terms of grains of hardness. It's in the 25 grain range, which is considered very hard. And those have been shut down. And whenever I go out to visit, the maintenance people cite the water softeners. One of the first problems they bring up. So that's an attempt to mitigate or eliminate that effort. Now we're in the next segment. And looking at my clock, I'm guessing we have, I don't know, 20 minutes plus or minus to wrap up. Would that be a fair estimate?
Yes.
That'd be great, Ralph. Please make sure you get through this top 30. I think there's some projects that fall into that area of the swept projects from the special session.
I'm gonna dwell on
get through that in the time allowed. Thank you.
Yep, I hear you, and I want to dwell on them for reasons that will become evident. But this first one, number 20, it's the surveillance system over at Casa Grande. Well, because of COVID, it got nixed because it's not a high priority institution, but that surveillance system is very old. And we do have a fair number of offenders in this area. And it was funded last year, like I said, it was the last biennium. Now we're putting it back into the system. The next items, I'd like to look at 21 and 26 in tandem. Now, as we talked about prioritization and conversations with Public Works, it was raised that, well, High Desert, that's a renovation project that would be an offshoot of the planning effort. So that, and High Desert is 20 years old. And then comparatively speaking, Northern Nevada Correctional Center is much older. I should be able to tell you the year, but I think it's 10, 15 years older at least. And the electrical system is also in need. And that project is 20 million. But I bring this up for 2 points. One, in talking with Public Works right before we went to press with this, they made the point that those two should get some attention, as well as 28 more attention. And I think it brings up the point is that they have, in many ways, better eyes on the holistic view of how these should be prioritized. But I would say at a minimum, I would swap 26 with 21 in terms of priority because of, and part two to my comments is that 26, that's that one, it's a monster project, comparatively speaking, in terms of dollars. It's $20 million. And I looked at it and they have different, they have the need for emergency generators. Well, maybe we could go with that segment. And I believe that would be somewhere in the order of $5 million. Maybe we could do it in piecemeal. But it's quite important that the system does need upgrade because of aging. And conversely, over at High Desert, it's comparatively newer facility. And I've talked directly to the facility supervisors at both institutions, and having talked to them, I feel much more compelled to promote 26 and exchange it with 21. And for reasons I just talked about is that High Desert is a newer facility, 20 years old. You can always use renovations, but much of their equipment is working somewhat well, comparatively speaking, to what's happening in Nevada. So, along the same lines, I'm going to move on to number 22, security glazing. You might look at that and say, why is that so highly ranked? In fact, that was in our top 20, which reflects mostly the way the people out of Southern Desert viewed it. And as we view it in a more holistic manner, looking at everything else, I'm not even sure 22, it shouldn't be dropped from that. So that is a lower priority. It's a lower cost item, but it would increase security because that glazing is makes the, as I understand it, it's mostly for around the bubble, and it would secure that better. Next item's been kicked around a little bit. The director talked about it. That in the future, we're taking a look at a better way to manage our conservation camps. And one way of doing that is to consolidate them. And the notion at one time was to bring them into Southern Nevada Correctional Center. As I mentioned earlier, that's been shut down for 12 years. There's a little bit of a misconception that we didn't catch, but if we were to use that for consolidation, we'd use it for minimum custody offenders. And I believe that number that you see, the $90 million estimate, would be to bring that facility back to its original intent, and that was to house medium custody. When you go to minimum, a lot of those items aren't needed. We don't even need cell doors. We changing from analog to digital controls wouldn't be needed. And The fencing, not so much, and nonetheless, that, a couple of things. It's there because of the potential in the future. The director talked about earlier, another option for consolidation is to move those offenders out to Three Lakes Valley and make that a larger minimum custody facility. There's certainly some logic to that. But if money becomes an issue and this is still available, that's an alternative to a money challenge. The next item, High Desert State Prison, replace high mast lighting. I think that's important. It goes, anybody that's into the energy efficiency determination, the LEDs wins out about every energy efficiency change. And for what it's worth, having driven out there at the dark at night from the highway, you look up the hill 2-3 miles and you see southern Nevada lit up with white lights. And you look up the High Desert, which is a newer facility, and it's got yellow lights. They're high pressure liquid sodium versus LED. The LED are whiter, brighter, last long, half expensive. And clearly when we get into replace mode, LEDs will be what we'll replace with. To some extent, it would make sense just for more security purposes, putting LEDs in our major institutions that don't have them now. But it doesn't come without some expense, and it's, that estimate come in close to $3 million. The next one is Silver Springs Conservation Camp. That's been sitting idle for a long time. I don't know how long, but it's becoming a real problem area with embolization, and it just needs to be removed and taken off our books. It's that simple. Is that a high priority? Possibly not. That's another one that could be moved down upon further discussion in this with all these economic challenges. 26 already talked about. 27 HVAC system renovation. What makes that attractive is the price tag. $60 million.
What?
Excuse me?
Repeat that last sentence, Ralph, please.
Okay. Number 27 over at Warm Springs Conservation or Correctional Center. It's attractive because of the price tag. It's comparatively inexpensive to renovate that HVAC system. And that's a large part why it's ranked where it is. 28 also deserves a lot of attention. That's the last step of the Ely State Prison piping rework. And we've already talked about 2 projects being proposed this biennium and one that was approved last biennium. And this would be another one that would take care of a lot of the above ground piping, domestic and heating water piping. When I go up there for a visit, that's another one that's high on the list. A lot of this piping is copper. It's in elevated positions. It's difficult for them just to go in there and replace. They'd have to put up scaffolding. I think somewhere in the area of it's 25-foot ceilings where some of that pipe, a lot of it runs. So that's becoming more and more of an issue. In terms of 29, water control, that's important to note because we didn't include that last biennium because if we were going to go forward with the housing project that we talked about earlier, that it's going to, well, let me rephrase that. This would reduce the need for us to expand or develop or improve the wastewater ponds that are located, that service all 3 facilities out there. And actually, I think that's a typo. I gotta double check, I should know that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. This award, item 29 in the title of the project reads plumbing fixture water control renovations, housing
Yeah.
units 1 through 4 at Southern Desert Correctional Center. So that's an
Correct.
SDCC as opposed to SNCC. I see
Yeah.
that
Now-
error is also on the Public Works estimate sheet, and we'll be able, and on the summary, we'll be able to correct that.
Is that your way of saying Public Works did the typo?
Ward, Ralph, this is Ward. Once I thought I was wrong, but I was mistaken.
Yeah, okay. You're one of the few, you're one of the few. I'll take the blame, but clearly that's at Southern Nevada as well. But at Southern Desert, it's important to note that has a degree of importance because up at Ely, we did something similar, and we reduced the water consumption so much by 30 to 50%. And that would be a big help because our ponds right now at the Indian Springs complex for all those 3 facilities is at its limit of 800,000 gallons per day. And when we get into summer and evaporative cooling, it requires another 300,000. So we're flirting with the permit limit. We're flirting with the size of those ponds. And if we can do a project like this and sidestep the need for reworking those ponds or building more of them, that would be a wonderful thing. Plus we would save on the water. So what else? And site security cameras, I think that speaks for itself. So I can keep going. I'm also looking at the clock, and I know money-wise we're getting into areas where it's going to be tougher and tougher. But let me go through these 10 fairly quickly, and we'll maybe get more toward the wrap-up. Recreational yard fencing, that's what that one's about. Has, again, a benefit to better management of our offenders. The next one's self-explanatory, but it's a monster project, 20 million bucks. The one after that gets even bigger, and we've talked about that. That's a 33 priority, but we don't envision that one coming forward for lots of reasons. And the major one is that our recent current 3-year projections don't show a need, that our population numbers are leveling off and our programs are working, among other factors. Another one is a maintenance item. A maciator helps to run the system that much better. It chops up any solids that would come through and mitigate maintenance. ESP here, it's another lighting project. Just like I was talking about with High Desert. It would certainly be helpful, help security. It's a better lighting system. But in that regard, this time with money challenges, I wouldn't do it unless those lights have failed. Because at that juncture, then LEDs would make sense because for lots of reasons, they're brighter, cheaper, less energy use there. But for now, that probably is not needed as much as so many other ones I've just mentioned. Communication room expansion, another small ticket item. That's has some merit. And also we have a backup generator for 0.8 million. Important to note that we just had a project by Nevada Energy out there in which they replaced wooden transmission poles with metal. And they told us that it's possible that conditions, the worst case scenario could develop and we'd lose power to all 3 facilities. So we had to double check all of our backup capability, and we don't have backup for 2 housing units in Southern Desert and some of the wells. And this would alleviate that problem, but that's the only, in my 2.5 years, that was the only time that I know of that was needed. And the entity we were working with, Nevada Energy, had a backup generator ready to be moved in if needed. So that is attractive because it would allow us to have full backup capability for all 3 facilities, and the price tag is comparatively small. Razor wire replacement, again, that's indicative of the aging process of northern Nevada. 39 is HVAC system replacement up at Lovelock. That's a comparatively high number. They use evaporative cooling, and I believe that's mainly what that would be used for. And again, it reflects aging process. And I'll finish it out with High Desert renovation in the laundry room, another maintenance issue that is aggravating. It has to do with laundry, it's a life necessity, not really, but still it distracts from other more major maintenance problems if they're preoccupied with fixing this type of plumbing problem. So we have another 106. I think we'll just leave it for you the way they're listed. It's similar to this top 40. And I don't know if that's any good to speed through them or just leave them there for your reference. Do you have a preference?
Well, thank you, Casey Kasem, for the top 40. I think that'll be enough for the board to digest at this time. If there's any particular ones you want to highlight, that would be fine, but if you have a wrap-up statement, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for confirming my suspicions. We'll go into wrap-up mode, which is, well, the statewide projects, also a lower priority, and I think maybe somewhat outside the scope of this discussion. And they're self-explanatory. They're ranked 1 through 37. As an example, this is our number 1 of all 37 statewide projects. It's roofing up at the High Desert. So I think those are self-explanatory, and we're.
Thank you, Ralph. I would point out that High Desert State Prison is approximately 900,000 square feet of building space. And you might think about 1/3 of that is considered 2 stories. So there's over 500,000 to 600,000 square feet of roofing there. And so that will be attacked on a prioritized basis throughout probably the next decade for information.
That's good to know, and I think that's consistent to what you're saying. That one has all the potential of being phased, done in increments.
Yep.
I understand. Okay, so we're going to go to the end, and it's just basically any other questions that we've that have come up now regarding this presentation. The director has come back into the room and is available for to field questions also.
Ward Patrick, for the record. As Ralph mentioned, we've had 3 meetings with the department on various CIP projects, and over the last 3 months, kind of big overview meetings with myself and Kent and others with the leadership of corrections, and so and you heard Ralph say, and we agree, certainly more communication is better, where these are all aging facilities and the maintenance needs are rising, and there's coordination that's even needed regarding what Ralph referred to as the JFA report, the Justin F. Austin projections, this national group that does inmate projections. And the board has seen in the past 2 sessions, due to the 10-year facilities master plan, has seen various presentations on that. And so we're in a process with Department of Corrections to review some of the planning pieces regarding the housing. So we as a collective group, the division with corrections, can make sure we can forward information that we all agree to. So the facility needs match the ability to provide facilities in a construction process. So that's the last time we met, we agreed to get together sometime on or about September 4th and before the next board meeting to reconcile some various other items. But I think that was a great presentation, Ralph. I thank you and your team.
Thank you, and I do have my wrap-up comments, possibly the director does too, but along the same lines, Board, speaking for myself and the department somewhat, working on these projects with Public Works, we do appreciate their cooperation. We get it all the time, and their insights. It can't be understated. They're a wealth of information, understanding, engineering, which we don't have as much here, clearly. And that's how the process works, and we think that's a good process. As I mentioned, this is my second time through this process, and I agree with you, Ward, that next time, and even on September 4th, I welcome that opportunity to have another iteration with Public Works, and I think that would be healthy for a optimum solution, given the money and the problems that we face, that we have more interaction with Public Works in the future. September 4th is an example of that. And to that extent, in my understanding, or my notion is to have the last word come from Public Works on how these things are rated, because of their the reasons I just mentioned. So that's my concluding remarks. Director, anything to finish up?
Yes, this is Director Daniels for the record. I would just like to say I really appreciate your time and effort. These are some tedious processes that have to be done, and the fact that we have first-class professionals that are accustomed to working through these large projects, and we're dealing with projections and the needs of organizations, different priorities and such. I'm just honored to have had an opportunity to present the background and the story behind what we're trying to do specific to our mission, our vision, and our goals. So my hat's off to you for the work that you do, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I think that concludes our presentation.
This is Member Ham for the record. Anybody have any questions that didn't get asked along the way? Well, hearing none, we'll thank you for your presentation, gentlemen. You had a lot to get through there. Again, great job. Thank you. And we have another item on the agenda, which is public comment. And do we have any public comment?
Susan Stewart for the record, and I received a text message, the wonders of technology, and our AA4 is manning the phone to see if there is anyone requesting public comment, and no one has requested public comment.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll move to agenda item 9, which is to for possible action, which is to number 8, number 8, which is to go ahead and recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
For the record, Susan Stewart, I think we could since it's for possible action, I think we could go ahead and have a motion to recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Sean Stewart, for the record, so moved.
Who was that? I'm sorry.
Sean Stewart. For the record.
You have a second?
I'll second.
As the director?
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
Any nays? And any abstaining? I didn't ask that earlier.
That's all right.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you very much for a great day.
So tomorrow, 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Yep, we'll
Thank you all for your
reconvene.
attention.
It's really good.
Look forward to seeing you tomorrow, Sean. Ran as quickly as you could.
He's out. Thank you, Tito. Thank you, Clint. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Kevin. Good night.